Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked it.
Good morning, ladies and gents. Sorry that I look crazy. Sorry that I am. Good Lord, this weekend has kicked the crap out of me. Green bar is going, so we got audio. I might look like the world has punched me in the face repeatedly, but I have like excellent news across the board. So, number one, I have a 3-monitor stand hookup with heavy pistons sitting to my left. I have 2 brand new monitors sitting on the ground right here. I have a 3D printed bolter design that I think is going to be the final design of the bolter. That way I can finally move on from that project and focus on the Halo Magnum and get the Halo Magnum to a state of perfection. I am traveling to South Florida to hang out with Mr. Stephen Bennell this upcoming Saturday. I have enough money to get a haircut. I have a Bob Ross wig that I can show you, which realistically, to me, it doesn't look that different from my normal hair. So we have this, just in case. So, there's actually a lot of things going on that are good. Just want to reinforce that they're good. And just for this past weekend, I would just say the wife and I had some fun. We got to a good spot. I would say I got to hang out with my mom on Sunday, which was fun and was great. And we got to eat some brunch and go get ice cream and hang out with my long lost best friend who's been lost in the wilds of Canada. He's an American citizen, but he moved up to Canada, specifically Calgary, to work in a malt factory because he had like a degree that was about like biology or something. So he did that for a while. Now he's like a logistics person for an internet company, and he's all in all, he's doing well, and he's like my brother. So I want him to do well. So then the Trump Mamdani thing is what I want to kick it off with. Realistically, the drama video might not even be that hard hitting because I think a lot of us are probably aware of what happened in the drama video. I only want to watch certain chapters. But what I was thinking could be fun about doing the drama video is while the drama video is playing, I could pause intermittently, make a joke here or there or whatever, which could just be fun listening. But then I was thinking that I could throw on the Bob Ross wig and I could draw. We've talked about doing like a Game of Thrones style breakdown of Twitch and YouTube politics and all the things that happened where like creators like backstabbed each other and fell apart and stopped collaborating and quit the game and this, that, the other. I was thinking maybe I could do my preliminary orbiter drawing between Destiny, Vosh, and Vosh's orbit, and the people who have imploded within Vosh's orbit, and I could use the drama video as a launch point for that. So, and then of course, if there's something else going on, I would be ecstatic to talk about something else. I just haven't really seen. I'm not gonna lie, I just haven't seen anything pop off. Like obviously, Charlie Kirk assassination was huge. But then even then we'll have like a debate that pops off where, like, for instance, like Andrew Wilson not being able to open the olive jar, Andrew Wilson getting personally attacked by Lefty Charlie or whatever her name is, or Destiny having like a really spicy debate against somebody. Like those are the kinds of things that like typically pop off a little bit within our realm. And I haven't really seen anybody do anything big recently. If anything, I participated in the thing recently, which was the debate last week, effectively telling Stephen that his idea to disbar 25% of elected representatives from participating in politics was incredibly fucking stupid. And yeah, and then DGG getting upset because I'm right and they're wrong. But anyways, let's check in with chat because I parasocially love you guys. I missed you over the weekend. I'm going to miss you on Thursday and Friday, but Thursday and Friday we got our own things. Also, not to dox myself too much, but it is my birth week. Okay, so sometime this week, I won't tell you specifically when, was when I was born, 30 something years ago, almost 40 years ago, and so I think on Wednesday, maybe Wednesday night, we'll see. But Wednesday, I'll probably do a 6-pack stream and we'll get lit and we'll tell war stories and hang out and it'll be a blast. So anyways, Patriarch says, what's up? I say, what's up back. Subry Keller, yo back. Christian Valera says, morning, bro. I got the wig. Evan says, I'm a Never Trump guy. True. I have another song that I want to play for you guys at the risk of copyright just because it's in my brain and I love it. Jen Wink says, ha ha ha. I was just watching Rashad Crenshaw's video with the exact same name. Oh, okay. Really? Trump Glazes Mamdani? I swear I didn't see it. I didn't steal it. That's just what popped into my head. So I guess great mind thinks alike. Short says, you see, we're going to likely strike Venezuela in the next 2 weeks. Yeah, that's a distraction from Trump being a pedo. So is Rashad Valor because he really should be? Maybe I should reach out. Well, QC John says, good morning, girl hottest. May your girl stay hot. May your beer still cold. And may you keep all your fingers while blowing stuff up. Amen. True. Patriarch says, hell yeah. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, curly boys unite. Don't wear the wig. Embrace your own curl and texture. Yes, but the sides are getting a little crazy. I mean, obviously the top and the back is getting a little crazy, but this eventually turns into a Jufro. If I get like another 4 to 6 inches on this, it turns into the Bob Ross wig. And I actually do have some childhood pictures I could probably show you guys that I actually like. But anyways, the sides need to get under control if I'm going to keep going with the top and the back. Now let's see the dunce cap. I don't have the dunce cap. We're not doing the dunce cap. Listen, I'm stupid enough without needing to wear a hat that says I'm stupid. Don't hurt my feelings. Jeez. Connor looking like he discovered the electric socket with a spoon. That's how I feel as well. Bob Ross wig, Ted Kaczynski hair. True. Rashad's a veteran, right? Yeah, I thought he was Navy. I'm alone at the office until Wednesday. I'm sorry, Marchiavellian. We'll try to keep you company until Wednesday. I'll be streaming through Wednesday. You can make a dunce cap out of paper mache or other household items as long as it spells retard on it. I'll be happy. No. Again, it hurts my feelings. Well, QC says, Connor looking like he discovered. I read that one. So Kylo versus Lily Rose. Oh, Kyla versus Lily Rose on abortion. That sounds good. That sounds like interesting content. Let me write that down. Kyla versus Lily Rose on abortion. Weirdly enough, I hate to say it, but it's true. I know that a healthy chunk of you guys are Twitch and YouTube political debate nerds, and you're not as big into like religion or philosophy debates. I actually really like religion and philosophy debates. Number one, it gets us away from like the mundane, draggy, shitty bullshit of real world politics. And then number two, it's like a nice break where instead of considering things that just have like consequential impact and you're always looking at it from a consequentialist lens, I think that philosophy and religion, it kind of takes you out of the mundane and kind of pushes you into like the ephemeral and like kind of like how your brain should work. Now, of course, there's like consequences for how your brain works and how like how it impacts the world. But ultimately, philosophy and religious conversations typically are, how do you perceive the world? How should you perceive the world? And why? And I think that kind of is like a nice mental breather from hardcore, mundane political analysis. DGG is always some kind of upset, though. Yeah, they're addicted to being upset. So it's just my turn. Hassan versus on trigonometry was kind of eh. Well, that's the thing is like trigonometry, no offense to those guys, but we tried watching the Sam Harris thing And it was legitimately because Sam Harris is like long-winded and boring, and no offense to Konstantin Kisin, but I think he has like a 105 IQ. So he's just smart enough to carry a conversation, but he's also just dumb enough to have the dumbest observations possible while not recognizing them. I don't know if I trust them to make good content. Fast and Bulbous, I think this is, says, I don't agree with Destiny in that debate because he didn't go far enough. Right? Yeah, but you're like insane, so I don't trust you. Sapien Green says, did you do something with your hair? It looks fluffy. No, just growing it out. Just growing it out. So birthday on Wednesday, lol. Not really, but close enough that I don't care. Sweet Bulb says, you got a wig. You're officially a wigger. Let's go. Whoa. Nice. November 26th, 9:32 a.m., Orlando General Hospital, East Wing, room 302. Believe it or not, I'll dox myself a little bit more. I was born in Concord, Massachusetts. And part of the reason why I say that is because being born in Florida in the 90s, no offense to any of my Floridians, it basically means that you were like the offspring of savages. Whereas like being born in Florida in the 2025s, it means like, oh, you're just born from a Northeasterner who moved here in the past 30 or 40 years. So yeah, no, I was not born in Florida. I am proud to say I was born in Concord, Mass. All right. I love Rashad because he's a normie lib. Mostly, most of the black political influencers are pretty far left, and my friends and I have talked about the need for more libs. I know, but like they're facing the same problem. Normie libs face the same problem that I have, where I think the reason why Steven is interesting is because he typically has pretty hyperbolic positions that kick off a debate. Even though his politics are, like, in my opinion, radically normal, he'll have that thing like, let's hang all Republicans. And it's like, okay, that's cringe, whatever. But that's enough to get attention. And then also his personal life is such a mess that attracts attention. Whereas if you're like a normie lib who's living a normie lib life, like, what's the spice? You know, it's the same thing with me. I think I have spice because I'm a lunatic. But realistically, I'm trying to live my normal life as normally as possible. And then I'm also engaged with crazy people, but I myself am not a lunatic. So where's the spice? Where's the beef? I like the Sam episode. I found the Hassan episode impossible to get through. Well, I think Hassan, no offense to Hassan, well, actually, much offense meant to Hassan viewers. I think Hassan is one of the most, like, while simultaneously having the most extreme politics that I've heard on the internet besides Nick Fuentes, he is also one of the most boring streamers I've ever listened to ever. Like, it bugs me. Sorry, I just need some caffeine. The Hassan trigonometry debate pissed me off so much at this point. Hassan is just full-fledged CCP mouthpiece. Yeah, I hate him. I hate him, and he can suck a dick. Fashion 40 says trigonometry did push Hassan more than the other shows, to be honest. I thought they were going to play nice, but Hassan hasn't had that much pushback in a while. Interesting. Yeah. Subry Keller says, you're a masshole. Yeah, Massachusetts asshole. Yes. And proud to be so, by the way. Well, QC John 7255 says, we have a lot of birthday coggers here. I'll be 44 on Turkey Day, so I'm taking off Wednesday to drink. Wow. Well, QC, you and I are actually very similar. So I am not going to be I'm not going to be on Turkey Day this week. However, I'll go ahead and dox myself a little bit more. My birthday is on a rotation with Turkey Day, where like once every 4 years, my birthday is on Turkey Day. So we are same. We are different, but we are same. Beef Supreme says I'm right here. Oh, man. Randy Chang says grown men playing with miniatures is lunatic behavior. Well, I mean, I actually think that playing with miniatures is how you know that I'm a lunatic who's trying not to go insane. So, well played. Nice. Christian Valera says, Christian Valera, are you going to day drink? You say Wednesday is my Friday as well, so I'll be drinking. Are you going to drink at night or drink during the day? And are you EST? Are you on the Eastern side? Oh, snap. Me too. Oh, shit. We got a lot of Novembers. I mean, they say that there's nothing to the the birthday thing, right? There's nothing to people being born around the same time having similar personalities, but we have like half a dozen November babies in chat. Subry Keller says, I just saw the Guinness Book World Records afro change hands from a curvy auntie to a PLT, and it's making your girl think that I just need to get a pick and a slight blowout. Go for it. Eunorix says I was born on Turkey Day. Awesome. See? I still never forget that one of my students said I looked like a Star Wars character. It was Porkins. Wow. What? Hold on. I got to see if that's like you're ugly but cute, or if you're ugly, or if you're handsome. I gotta see. Damn, they called you Porkins. Also, that's fucked up to just call somebody Porkins when they're like a bigger dude. That like I know George, not George W. Bush, George Lucas. He does the same thing that what's the lady who writes Harry Potter? God, what's her name? Come on, somebody help me out. I don't even care what her name is, but it's right on the tip of my tongue. Anyways, that lady, whenever she has a character, like, you know, she just goes with like the most racist play on words for their name. You know, like if it was an Irish guy, it would be like Mac McCarbomb. You know, the Japanese name would be like Hanzo McSushi. Or Hanzo Sushigawa. You know, like they just take random words that sound like they're a part of the language or culture and smash them together. That's how I feel about Porkins. So if you Google Porkins, Porkins is the larger X-wing pilot from it. Was he in the trench run, or was he in the attack of, or was he in the third battle? But somebody made a movie poster of Porkins starring the fat guy from God, I'm just blanking. My brain's not working today. It's been way too long of a week. Hey, who cares? Who cares? A fat famous guy. Somebody made a movie poster with a fat famous guy playing it, and I'm not going to show it to you because I'm being lazy. Jeb says, I'll still never forget that one of my students said I look like Porkins. I'm sorry, but at least you are a hero of the rebellion. Fashion 40 says, Connor, oh shit, your birthday is my nephew's birthday. See? There's got to be something to it. Beef Supreme says, I'm glad I don't share my birthday with a holiday. My birthday is a holiday in and of itself. Well, congratulations. Cause and Effect says, MAGA takes another L, realizing that 80% of the people telling him foreigners bad were foreigners making $1. Isn't that awesome? Isn't it awesome that they did the feature for country of origin on Twitter profiles? And then they muted it because so many political propaganda channels ended up being from out of country. I loved it. Barabas Dantioch says, speak for yourself, Connor. Iron within, iron without. True. Christian Blair says, I could, but my company frowns on day drinking. Lol. Definitely when I get off at night. Depends on whether me and the girlfriend are having a date night. Okay, cool. Maybe we'll do a nighttime. JK Rowling, thank you. I'm sorry, my brain's not working today. It'll probably end up being funny. I'll have a few goofs that are pretty funny, but you know, don't worry about it. Yeah. Cho Chong, for example. Yes, that is crazy. Fell Runner for 10. Thank you for kicking us off with the donations. Update road to authoritarian while wearing the wig. Update road to authoritarian. What's update road to authoritarian? Tell me. Is that content? Is that a map you want me to draw? What do you want? Yeah, Cho Chang's crazy. Yeah, Patty McCarbomb. Yeah, that's somebody made that joke. McSushi-san. Guinness McCarbomb. George. Yeah. So Randy Chang says George Lucas and J.K. Rowling not literary intellectuals. Okay, you say that, and yet they've created two of the most powerful intellectual properties of the past like 50 years. Now, I know that says that the population is largely R-slurred. I know that just means that the population is quite stupid. But let's be real. George Lucas aped The Hero of a Thousand Faces and Jungian storytelling. Then he wrote a space fantasy where, while the storytelling beats, the script writing, the dialogue were terrible, the Jungian beats were super strong. And then not just that, he created in his own mind like a very specific, detailed universe. Like his world building, I actually would say that that's probably what George Lucas was probably best at, was imagination and world building. I think that's what you could actually give him some credit for. And then same thing with J.K. Rowling. I read like the first 10 minutes of the first Harry Potter book, where it's just talking about this like cat waiting outside of Harry's house, and people driving around and seeing a bunch of people in cloaks like celebrating something, and it like being off-putting to the main character who's going to adopt Harry Potter. I know that that builds suspense. But I was reading that out loud to my kid for like 10 minutes, and I'm like, dude, if my generation has attention deficit disorder and I'm bored after 10 minutes of exposition within Harry Potter, then I already know that like Gen Z and Gen Alpha are like cooked. There's no way they're going to have the discipline to read this. And then also, like, you could have just cut through all the fluff similar to the movie. The movie was just like, we're dropping off the baby at the front doorstep. Here you go, Muggle family. Here's the baby. Like, there was seriously like one or two narrative beats that were worth the 10 minutes of exposition, which I just found to be a waste of time. But whatever. Maybe I need to read it. Maybe I need to read all of it. Maybe it gets better. Somebody Keller says, yo, they need to turn that stuff back on, knowing that half these Twitter accounts are foreign and starting to something is peak cinema. Yeah. Yes, I loved it. I called in sick today. Good. I should have called in sick today, but I didn't want to miss your beautiful faces / earballs. Jim Bob is too stupid and sounds like Andrew Wilson. Weirdly enough, cause and effect, I actually do not think Jim Bob is unintelligent. I was thinking about this after the debate. I don't think Jim Bob is unintelligent at all. I think he's a redneck who's probably not been properly educated. And so as a result, he does have a high IQ. He just he doesn't realize that he does post hoc rationalizations, or maybe he does and he doesn't care. I think that number one, he can argue a point really well. He can just return to a point and hit it over and over and over again, which is kind of a sign for a good debater. But then not just that, I think he's good at post hoc rationalization. So he starts with a conclusion and then he works evidence back into his conclusion. We're all guilty of that to some degree. But obviously, when you're talking about like the Trinity or evolution or vaccines or something like that, he's exclusively looking for biased information. But then he's really, really, really good at, in my opinion, hitting the biased information gaps over and over and over again so we can propagandize people who already want to agree with him. And so I think he's actually really good at it. Like, I would not sleep on Jim Bob. For being a guy named Jim Bob, for those of you who are unfamiliar or European, if somebody is named Jim Bob, you can pretty much assume that they're from the country and that they're stupid. The fact that somebody with the name Jim Bob was able to put up that good of a fight is actually impressive. I'm making fried rice today. I'm getting better at it. Good. Are you a shrimp? Patriarch says, I'm a Zoomer and managed to read Fire and Blood while having ADHD. Wow. That's impressive. Read your kid C.S. Lewis. Maybe I will. Goblet of Fire is pretty good, actually. Harry Potter is just boring English lit now. We've moved the center another notch towards idiocracy. That's how I feel. Send Patrick awesome. I'll go grab a sub when I get home. All right. And then I'm relatively caught up. I'm not fully caught up, but I'm almost caught up. Elon ruins every good idea he has. He's already letting some accounts hide their location. I know. It was such a good idea. He has to let it go. Sorry. Christian Lara says, try Wheel of Time. Best U.S. fantasy series never written, and it's violence, but is all right for kids. Okay. Interesting. Jim Bob reminded me of Girls in the Mean Girls table. Yeah, you can't sit with us. You can't sit with us. Yeah, imagine that, but for rednecks. It's impressive how delusional Elon is. He'll build a truth-seeking AI, and when it tells him to kick rocks, he changes it. I know. Randy says, lol, I couldn't get through Wheel of Time. This was just pre-Kindle, so you just have to drag those telephone books around. Yeah. I'm gonna read my kids A Song of Ice and Fire. That's what I'm gonna do. Subri says, on a teenage girl because she wants to be pretty. Seems like you should also shit on a boy for wanting to be Hulk Hogan. Oh, what? Did he do a debate where he was like really mean to a teenage girl for some reason? Jeb Kush, I'm so sorry. Oh, like my dog just knocked over my light and smacked it into my head like an asshole. Oh, that was really funny to read, though. Hold on. Chat, hold on. Chat, I'm fighting the light. Hold on. Okay. I'm okay. I didn't die. Being a Zoomer with ADHD and a lazy eye reading is hard. Yeah. That sounds hard. All right, let's move into quick shoot 'em. Yeah. Let's do the Mamdani content, not because we want to, but because we have to. If the president of the United States talks to a communist and says, "Oh wow, actually all of our ideas are similar." And then he's like, "He's a really nice guy. He's super rational. He's a good guy." Then you got to be like, "Well, what the fuck are we doing here?" What do we, horseshoe complete, in my opinion. But I actually want to see the content so I can critique it. Just because I'm in Eastern Europe account doesn't mean that I am secretly Shuma. I don't know what Shuma is, but God bless him. Oh God, Connor is about to fall into darkness. Not yet. Fashion 40 says, just give your kids the One Piece manga. It's made for them. So much going on in each panel with details and world building galore. Yeah, but then they're going to be weebs, and then they're going to fall down the pipeline. And I don't want them to fall down the pipeline. I was built to suck at reading, but I'm really good at math. Nice. That's awesome, actually. That's great. If I could say math stats, maxing out your math stats is actually, I don't want to say it makes your life easier. I would say socially, it probably makes your life more difficult. But min maxing. Sorry, I'm watching. Somebody had a mountain lion ask them for help, and one of them was stuck in a trap, and they're actually wild mountain lions. Or is this AI? AI's gotten really good recently, so I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to fall for the AI slop. I think this is AI slop. I think just statistically, this is probably AI slop. All right, whatever. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about whether or not a family is feeding a pack of albino mountain lions? Who cares, anyways? They were cute. You know, the thing with AI, I'll tell you, the main thing with AI that I'm worried about is that I think that we live a life that is so online now that people who do not have a lot of worldly experience will get tricked by AI. So for instance, like that video, I'm not even going to bother showing it to you, but it was effectively like a mountain lion walks up and looks cute at a back door. Then the person follows the mountain lion in a truck. Then they get to an area and another identical mountain lion has their foot trapped in a like barbed wire thing. And they help remove the barbed wire from the mountain lion's trap. Then the mountain lion brings them food, but the food looks like a kitten almost. And they're like, "Oh, the mountain lion started bringing me food." But it looked like a white mountain lion kitten. So that looked weird as fuck. And then it was like, "Oh, and then the mountain lions started bringing their kittens to feed me, or so I could feed them, and I live in a rural area, so it's not that big of a deal." So then it shows him like feeding white mountain lion kittens, but the white mountain lion kittens look like normal domestic short hair cat kittens. So for me, I'm like, okay, this is like weird and it's AI. But the reason why I was able to say that it's weird is because, as far as I know, because I, relatively speaking, have a decent amount of life experience, mountain lions, number one, the chances of them trusting a human are super low, like crazy low. Number two, and by the way, all of this looked like relatively real. Number two, I don't think mountain lions socialize that way. I think that they mate with their partners, and then I think besides that, they're relatively speaking solitary creatures. Then on top of that, them bringing the food didn't look like food. And then number four, I don't think that they're social in that way where they would bring their kittens to a human being. And the chances of having two albino mountain lions finding each other in the wilderness has to be astronomically small. So for me, it's not the visuals that were like, this is why this is AI. It's small details of the visuals and the fact that I think that this thing is just statistically impossible to happen. Whereas I think if you were like 80 IQ and you didn't know dick about mountain lions, you would have been like, damn, cool story. Like that's scary to me. AI has ruined the internet. I think AI stuff just needs to be labeled. I think it just needs to be labeled. Connor's light fixture putting up a better fight than Rob Nor. Oh man. Grassroots says, I actually only listen so you feed my pack of albino mountain lions. One of them is so malnourished it can barely ride my jet ski. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But it was like Sora. Hold on. I'm going to force you guys to go down the mountain lion path real quick with me, okay? It's in my YouTube history, so I'm going to show you it. I know this is probably not peak content. It's not peak content, but I want to show it to you because I want to show you how good it looks, but I also want to show you how stupid it is. So, okay. Sorry, real quick. Let me pull it up. So here's a mountain lion on a backstep. And by the way, this doesn't look that AI. And I've seen wild cats and domestic cats do what this mountain lion just did. That could have been real. Then the truck scene of a mountain lion running next to it, that actually looks okay to me as well. This looks okay to me as well. But here, right here, okay? Having two wild albino mountain lions, the stats on that have to be like 1 billion to 1. Number two, a female albino mountain lion asking for an identical mountain lion's help with its foot trapped in barbed wire. Not only is that like socially rare to the extreme that a mountain lion would ask a human for help, but then not just that, this mountain lion could get out of that barbed wire super easy, like freakishly easy. Although now the AI, it looks like it has the fingers thing down. Then it says, they brought me food. This was just the start. Look at this food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 random legs on a piece of fur. This doesn't look like a bunny. This doesn't look like a cat. This doesn't look like anything like that. This doesn't look like food. So this looks, to me, even though it's like relatively well done, this is a mountain lion. This is a domestic house. It still looks like it's in the dry western region of the United States. Excuse me. That doesn't look like food. That looks like a random spaghetti monster of fur. And then this, 2 mountain lions playing, weird. And then these mountain lions these look more like lions. Then these kittens look like domestic short-haired kittens. The bulls are different. The backyard is different. The kittens are different. The parents aren't present. Like for me, like the visuals are actually really, really, really good. This must have been generated by Sora, but like anyways, the point is that AI is getting creepily good, but so you have to be skeptical of everything. You have to be skeptical of everything you see on the internet now, which kind of sucks. But if you're not a total dumbass, you should be able to figure it out. Yeah, mountain lions are the reason why I carry while cross-country skiing. I don't expect them to ask me for help. Exactly. Randy Chang, Trump runs for a third term as a socialist. Yeah. Are the mountain lions gold-plated too, or just a jet ski? Connor visibly respecting the monogamous non-G-gen animals. True. I do respect the AI monogamous mountain lions more than I respect open relationships. Cause and effect says AI isn't terrible, but this government refuses to regulate it because they are getting paid. Yep. The peak content is the chat in the community. I agree. Graduates, one of the mountain lions has 3 legs. It does have... Okay, now you're just making shit up. All right, let me do an intro and get into the content. I've distracted you guys with enough mountain lion talk. Okay, let's do it. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I frankly have insane political content for you this morning. Zoran Mamdani, the socialist communist mayor of New York, went to the Trump administration in order to try to negotiate a new deal with Donald Trump. Apparently, they have a 30-minute meeting with the press where they glaze each other. And I want you to think about how crazy this is. Zoran Mamdani is a naturalized U.S. citizen who's Muslim, who's pro-gay, pro-New York, pro-diversity, progressive, socialist, et cetera, et cetera. And he's been calling Donald Trump a fascist for a long time. And then Donald Trump has been saying, oh, Zoran Mamdani, he's going to be a disaster for New York. He's going to destroy the city. He's going to screw it up. He's a jihadist apologist. He's a jihadist. He's a socialist. He's a communist. He's evil. And yet, despite these people having supposedly vast political gulfs between their ideologies, all it takes is one meeting where they're nice to each other and they start glazing each other. What the fudge is going on? And from my analysis, it's the horseshoe. It's the political horseshoe, where people say that lib right, authoritarian right, lib left, and authoritarian left, our politics have gotten so fractured that the liberal and libertarian sides of our politics realistically should get along better than the authoritarian sides. And then the authoritarian sides creepily have a bunch of overlap, because while they do not have a lot of overlap when it comes to what they want out of the form of government that they desire to achieve their outcomes, they both agree that they want the form of government that they need in order to achieve their outcomes. So let's go ahead and take a look at this, a bizarre political moment in our current time. And let me know if you got volume. You got the neck ussy. Why is he zooming in on the neck ussy?
Well, thank you very much. We've just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against, a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them easily. And I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built, and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. That anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. I will say there's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Please.
I appreciated the meeting with the president, and as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the president. I appreciated the conversation. I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much.
So this is where I want you guys to kind of shift your mindset a little bit, because I've gotten flack from chat, and I've gotten flack from Pisco, and I've gotten flack from other people that were like, Connor, you're pretty much a sock dem. No, I'm conceding to material reality. What's happening is people like Zoran Mamdani and Donald Trump are playing upon the economic hardships of the working class and middle class and the shrinking middle class in order to seize electoral popularity. So yeah, I could stick by, well, let's just cut taxes, let's just cut federal spending, let's just do this, let's just do that. It's obviously not working. Trickle down economics, Reaganite and Bush era economics is not working. It's not enough. And so if we need to make some redistributive concessions, both like to the welfare state and also to like technocratic governance, we just need to make those concessions, because by the neoconservative, neoliberal, laissez-faire economics wings of both parties continuing to say, let's just cut taxes and deliver a minimal amount of welfare, what's happening is people's desperation is motivating them to the more extreme parts of the political movements. So they're, we can't let these guys seize the game by playing on economic anxiety, because I think that Zoran Mamdani, if he was left to his own devices, if he had dictatorial control of what New York could do, he would probably destroy the city within a generation. And then same thing with Donald Trump. If Donald Trump was able to appoint himself dictator for life, I think he would destroy this country within a generation. These people are dangerous. And so we can't just let them seize any conversation about like economic models in order to make sure all Americans do well.
Any questions, please?
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I've got a question for you and then also one for Mayor-elect.
Sure.
For you, you referred to Mr. Mamdani as a communist. Can you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question. And on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot from when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term.
Fucking kill me, dude.
And I can tell you some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually, and some very liberal people. He won't surprise them because they already like him.
And Mr. Mamdani, it sounds like you had a productive discussion, but just days ago you referred to President Trump as a despot who betrayed the country. You said you'd be his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views. And what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
Okay, I hate this answer. I know it's politics. I know you got to do what you got to do. Kay astutely observed, but I think she's given way too much charity to this meeting and how broad the gulf is supposed to be between these people. Kay said, "Well, Zoran Mamdani went there not necessarily to kiss the ring, but to come to Trump with a case for why the feds need to do what they need to do to help him execute his agenda, because they both want New York to succeed," which is an incredibly pragmatic political perspective. And then Donald Trump loves New York. I mean, realistically, he's as much a New Yorker as he is a Floridian. And so, like, I understand the political pragmatism behind it, but this doesn't answer the question, okay? In my opinion, this guy is what? He claims he's a democratic socialist. He said, he has plenty of quotes that from 2020 and 2019 that point out like communist affiliation, socialist ideals, et cetera, which is decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production and eventually achieving a moneyless, stateless class of society. I don't think he's moderated in his ideology. I think what he's done is similar to Bernie Sanders, similar to AOC. The socialism and communism feel like crazy out there, highfalutin ideas, especially when you can't even execute a decent welfare state. So I think that, similar to a lot of socialists, he wants to rule. He might have socialist ideals, but he's going to govern as a social democrat until America is more materially primed to go after his more highfalutin ideology. So I think it's a question of political pragmatism, not of a shift of ideology. When it comes to Trump, though, nothing's changed. If anything, Trump is worse of a fascist, worse of an authoritarian than he was during the first administration. And there should be this should be almost a fist fight between these two. But Donald Trump can be appealed to, once again, for his care for the city of New York and his desire to deliver economic populist goals to the American people, not because he cares about them principally, but because he wants the people to love him. He wants to be thought of as a good leader. He wants to be thought of as a great leader. He wants to achieve he wants to be remembered, in my opinion, similar to Alexander the Great, similar to Julius Caesar, similar to, think of a great man of history, maybe Hitler to a degree, maybe Mao Zedong to a degree. While he may not want all the murderous bullshit associated with those people, he wants that large of a legacy for his name. And so if somebody's going to be willing to try to deliver that economically, which helps him build up his legacy, then he might give them a shot regardless of ideological differences, which weirdly enough, that bends into flexible authoritarianism.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please.
Mr. President, Matthew Rashad from MTV Lebanon.
Good.
I would like to ask you a question about the Middle East regarding
Sure.
you said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position. And Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza.
Yes, either deregulate buildings, or there needs to be an intentional government effort to build buildings. We talked about urban design last episode, or the episode before, Sultan Al Fahim. I don't disagree with you.
And Syria. Given your assessment, like what do you say for the Lebanese today? It's the independent state in Lebanon. And what is your next move to push toward disarmament?
Sure. Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and, frankly, everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or $21 trillion. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East. And we actually have now, for the first time, peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it. And I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president.
Oh, sure. Oh, I would do that. Absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East.
We desperately want it. And that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again 2 major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights. And they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
He said a lot of my voters actually voted for him. And I'm
1 in 10.
And I'm okay with that.
Oh, kill me.
I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President,
Yeah, please.
you threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents in New York City. Mr. Mamdani, you called ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out. And I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have...
Guys, I'm sorry. This is the danger of having a flexible authoritarian, by the way. Trump, I think, is so bumbling that he actually is not really capable of what we're talking about. I can't promise that I'm going to paint this out, but again, I'm pretty tired right now, so my brain might not be functioning fully. So I'm not sure if I'm going to paint. But the point is that with this idea, okay, of flexible authoritarianism, Trump, his whole promise to the American people was mass deportations. We're going to get the criminals out of here. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to eliminate 11 million people. 11 million people are in the country illegally. They're driving up the cost of living because they're increasing demand for essential goods and services. Some of them are rapists. Some of them are murderers. I'm sure some of them are good people, but blah, 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 blah. He has a lot of latitude within that. Well, what's dangerous about this is he has an ideological stance that we need to mass deport 11 million people out of the country. I don't even know how many they've gotten. Maybe they've gotten like 1 million and another 2 million have like self-deported or something, which actually is a lot of people. But the point is that with Zoran, because he's flexibly authoritarian, what he could do if he actually wants New York's to love him and to succeed, what he will do is he'll coordinate with Mamdani where he'll say, okay, it's a bad look for Americans within New York to see ICE agents stomping around, beating the crap out of protesters, and mass deporting line cooks out of New York, because New Yorker is a pretty pro-immigrant city. However, there are schizos and there are murderers and there are rapists who are a part of your city that you could feed to the feds. I get the symbolic victory of going after the most violent people in the city of New York, and Mamdani gets to say, oh, well, in negotiations with the president, you know, it's true that we don't want normie illegal immigrant workers in New York to be brutalized by the state. But realistically, what we do want is we want the murderers, the rapists, the killers, the schizophrenics. We do want those people deported. And so they both get to look good. And so, guys, like, listen, I know this just sounds like two dudes chumming it up, but you have to understand that this legitimately freaks me out for why populist authoritarians can do what they do, because oftentimes they are incredibly obsessed with aesthetic and public perception, which doesn't have much to do with like principles or policy. Test Dummy Human for the 500 sec. Thank you, King. I think that's based off of the color. I think it's approximately $50. Increase my work hours from 80% to 100%. Here's the grill hottest tax for my income. Grill Shallah. Test Dummy Human, thank you for the financial support. I parasocially love you. Thank you to Fell Runner and Test Dummy Human for donating so far this stream.
Safe streets.
Sorry, quick chill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I understand it. This is a little bit more dry than we usually do, but I think this stuff is important.
It's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out maybe more than I do. So we'll work together.
I'm going to ask the wife for a refill. I'll be right back in 2 seconds.
Yeah, two questions, if I may. One for you, Mr. President, from BBC in a second. But first of all, for the mayor-elect. You're both, from different parts of the political spectrum, you're both populists. I just wondered to what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media, inspired any part of your campaign?
Well, I actually told the president that, you know, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focused on that same cost of living. And that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices because, you know, we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to have to talk to them. You know, if we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year
Sorry, the wife wasn't available, so I had to do it myself, but I got it.
ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering their rates.
Absolutely.
And if I may, last week you told me
Sorry, did I miss them agreeing on some stupid economic policy?
you were pushing ahead with your plans to sue BBC for up to $5 billion. You were going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress or any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well with
Hey, Solidus, how are you?
the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, you know, I think they have some big energy problems. You know, they've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control. And he's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
You had a chance to speak this week.
I haven't spoken this week.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Zelensky, or do you intend to
Who?
meet President Zelensky about your plan to meet with him?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. And
And the reason why I hate this, I know you guys have heard me. I'm assuming this is about Ukraine because this is the Ukraine talking points that I've heard from him a billion times. The war would have never happened if it happened under me. It's happening right now. It's happening right now. You said day one you were going to fix it. You've had negotiations for 9 months. Whenever you actually get to the table with these people, you have to push it out 2 weeks because Ukraine doesn't want to concede 25% of its territory and it's willing to continue to fight. That's a reality that you need to realize. And then Russia, while Russia probably is in a better military position, they've also bled a lot. They've lost hundreds of thousands of dudes. They've burned tons of oil. Their economy is sanctioned to shit. Now, unfortunately, Russians are used to living in economic misery, so it really hasn't done much to the Russian people. But at the same time, like, dude, sorry, it blows my mind that he can simultaneously say, this is Biden's fault, the invasion never would have happened under me, while simultaneously not being able to deliver. Like, he's the best negotiator on the planet, right? According to him, according to his sycophants, he is the best negotiator on the planet. He is capable of selling ice to an Eskimo. And yet we are 11 months, 9 months past when he thought he was going to solve the Ukraine-Russian war. We're 9 months past it now, and he hasn't made a dent in it. And then also his Israel-Palestine deal fell apart 72 hours after it was negotiated. Fuck this guy. Grassroots are 20. All of my albino mountain lions also have 27-inch spinning rims on their gold jet skis. One has 3 legs. The 4th leg is a 27-inch spinning gold rim. Well, if that's true, then I don't feel as bad taking your money. So if you can afford gold spinning rims for your albino mountain lions, then you can afford that $20 super chat. So thank you, King. Thank you deeply, deeply, deeply.
It's a shame, and I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big energy producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly, to put it nicely. We have a way of.
I just want to address this real quick. Somebody said that all the hardcore Mamdani fans and hardcore Trump fans that they're friends with won't watch this interview because it repulses both hardcore fan bases that these two dudes are glazing each other.
Getting peace. We think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. Just so sad. So many people. Last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. This is something we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War. And they're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two of them, dead soldiers. And it goes on and on. And I think they're getting reasonably close. But I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan. You could even go, in fact, they're coming here in a week or two, go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead. And we worked something out on that. But so many. And the one I thought would have been.
What? I thought I would have heard about 10 million people dead. Congo, Rwanda war. A conflict. Now, we might prove some lefties correct in chat here. As of 2022, after Rwandan forces entered the country to provide military support to the March 23 movement rebel group, including fighting alongside them the Congolese military and pro-government militias, a peace agreement between the Rwandan and the DRC was signed in 27 June 2025, though as of September, the implementation of the agreement has stalled. What are the casualty stats? They normally have casualty stats as a part of that. 7,000 killed and 600,000 displaced. So where is the 10 million number coming from? Now, it's unsurprising to me that Donald Trump is full of shit, but I'm just saying, like, 7,000 killed versus 10 million. We're talking about an exaggeration of 100x. I don't even know. I can't even do the math. What is 10 million divided by 7,000? 10,000 million divided by 7,000. It's a 1,428 times exaggeration. I hate
For
this guy.
me, because we went to the Congo and Rwanda, that was 10 million people dead.
He just made that up. You understand that? He just pulled that out of his ass. He just pulled it out of his ass, and he exaggerated a stat by 1,500%. And we're so used to this that this won't even make the news.
And we worked something out on that. But so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have been maybe quicker. But it does take two to tango. And now you just see all the death. And, you know, it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people that really. So
yeah, what's a couple of orders of magnitude between arslers? Now, I'm an arsler, so not much, but still, man, that is bananas.
The other side of the ocean.
And Mamdani just has to sit there and like I don't think Mamdani is a stupid person. He might be a theater kid. He might not have had a real job. He might have rich parents. He is not a stupid person. There's a reason why his videos work. There's a reason why his propaganda campaign worked. There's a reason why he's the mayor of New York now. There's a reason why he can still command the attention of a audience, right? But he just has to sit there listening to Donald Trump kind of like dementedly. I love that dementia and demented are correlated words. We were talking about somebody who had dementia the other day that we didn't like, and it was awesome because we got to use the word demented as an insult. We just have to sit here and listen to a demented old fool blather on about shit. And by the way, yes, Joe Biden's brain was leaking out of his ears, but we were voting for Joe Biden. At least I would think so. I was potentially voting for Joe Biden because I thought that they would take his corpse and duct tape it to a dolly and wheel it out for like press conferences. And they would put peanut butter in the back of his gums like a horse. That way he would like, and then they would dub his voice over it for speeches. That's what I thought they would do. Not because I thought Joe Biden would actually do anything. The difference between that and Donald Trump is they're letting him do things. Like if the Republicans duct taped him to a dolly, put peanut butter in the back of his gums, and just let him, you know, kind of like sit in the corner and not do anything, I would actually have a different opinion of Donald Trump. But we don't. They actually take the demented guy and they make him in charge of things.
That's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. They're losing 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian, and it's a shame.
What happens if
Yeah, grassroots could say I could go make up that I was an investor putting trillions of dollars into the economy and I would get an invite into the White House. Yeah.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader.
Sorry, let me read this because this is actually pretty funny. He's a nice guy. He's a smart guy. He's a professional super chatter. Very profitable business. He's the best. Going to bring $12 trillion to the economy for chip manufacturing. It's fabulous. It's the best.
Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing.
Condemn socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And Mr. President, I wanted to ask
See, if I didn't think Donald Trump was an incompetent piece of shit who, through incompetence, had killed tens of thousands of people and arguably hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people through stupidity, then I actually would have found this movement charming, right? I would have found this moment charming. I would have found Donald Trump saying, "Hey man, it's cool. You can call me a fascist. It's easier than explaining." That actually, yeah, he gave him the F slur pass. That's what he did. That's what he did. He said, "Yeah, dude, just call me a fascist. That way we can keep the meeting moving." That would have been fun. That's endearing. That's cute. Like, dude, if somebody called me an R slur, right? And they did that where we weren't doing a live stream together, but then let's say that we were at like a joint venture where we were rescuing feral dogs out of Detroit, and we were doing like a interview with local news, and then local news was like, "Hey man, it's weird that you guys are working together. This guy called you an R slur the other week." Then I'd be like, "He could still call me an R slur. We're working on the job. Who gives a shit?" Like, that would be my attitude. That actually endears me to Trump to a degree, but he's done such bad shit. I can't allow the charming moment be charming, because I think that's how he got where he got. He got there by being charismatic to idiots. Frustrating, wildly frustrating.
Ask you also about this Ukraine plan.
Yeah.
President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal...
You mean he doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of...
Well, he'll have to like it. And if he doesn't like it, then, they should just keep fighting, I guess,
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine.
Well, at some point, he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, "You don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. This war never would have happened. I inherited this war." And I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been the good deal. That could have been done too if you had the right president, but you didn't have the right president.
Mr. President, cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on.
Right.
Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that be a question that both of you could answer in New York City.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics, so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
Mr. Mamdani.
We had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. But a big thing on cost, the new word is affordability.
Dude, that would have been based. Yeah, imagine like Biden gets elected, right? But he just decides to be an asshole, and he's like, "I inherited COVID-19. We would have never had it if I had been the president." That would have been so based. Rob with a W says, "Connor, another angle to recognize is also stepping over Mamdani reasons, which could be effective where the label is already inoculated against in Trump's base. It's a clever move." Yeah, man. Like that. That's the other thing that I think I heard Steven say, which I respected him for saying. Trump is, in a lot of ways, I think, a dumb man. And what I mean by that is he probably had above average IQ, 110, 120, somewhere in there. He probably knows how to read and negotiate fairly complex documents. But I think he's been rich for so long that he's just let his brain rot since the 80s because he's had everything he's ever wanted. He's had everything he's ever wanted. So he just let his brain rot. And he just assumed that whatever he instinctively believes to be true, or whatever he instinctively believes to be correct about himself or correct about the world, it just is true because he's such a genius. He's the main character. He's the golden god. He's the Alexander the Great, the Julius Caesar, the Napoleon Bonaparte of our time. Therefore, the world should bend to him, not the other way around. And that's how he views the world. That's how he talks. That's how he negotiates. That's how he does this. That's how he does that. But the world, weirdly enough, like truth, is something that is more powerful than any individual man. And he lies all the fucking time. So the truth smacks his dick every now and then. But yeah, like the whole thing though is trying to step over fascism. He is trying to inoculate his base against the label fascist, but that is a cunning. It's a cunning move. While he might be unintelligent in the fact that he's let his brain seep out of his ears and he thinks that the world should bend to him, he does have like a rhetorical, manipulative, populist cunning where he knows how to be charming enough for a lot of people to like him. And you kind of have to acknowledge that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the position that he's in.
Another word is just groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned word.
Fell Runner says, my headphones just ran out, and believe it or not, this is not a child-friendly show. I'll be back when I have juice. Fell Runner says, make my dumb mind map. Tell me what your dumb mind map is again.
But it's very accurate. And they're coming down high. They were, you know, we had, both of us, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration. And we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something in a bit?
Mr. President, thank you so much. Mr. Mamdani often talks about New York City being covered by international law, that they will follow international law. Doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it could be covered.
See, Randy Chang, I don't agree with you. So you say that I give him too much credit. I don't think I do. The Atlantic City job. Okay, a lot of people have this meme about Donald Trump where they're like, he's so stupid he bankrupted a casino. The actual story behind that, somebody can correct me on details, but I know that this is the overarching story. The Taj Mahal in Atlantic City. Donald Trump went on a joint venture with Harrah's in order to build a casino in Atlantic City. And so they're building it, and Donald Trump was responsible for the parking garage. Well, what he did is he kept on delaying construction of the parking garage, coming up for excuses, and we need permits, we need this, we need that. And he enforced the contract where only he was allowed to build the parking garage, but then he also just kept delaying construction. And as a result, the casino was losing money. It was hemorrhaging millions of dollars a month because the power, the employees, the games, the this, the that, they still had to absorb all these costs, but they weren't getting the right population to get into the casino because the parking garage wasn't complete. Well, what ends up happening is Harris says, oh, well, we can't keep bleeding tens of millions of dollars or millions of dollars every single month. We're withdrawing from the project. You can go F yourself. Well, guess what happened the second that Harris withdrew from the deal? Donald Trump finished the parking garage, and then the Taj Mahal started being profitable. So he bankrupted a casino, but he bankrupted a casino specifically so he could push his business partners out of the deal. So once again, I think that he probably went from 110, 120 IQ to now, if he took an IQ test, he would score in the high 80s. He would score in the low 90s. Like he's a demented old fart who's been reliant on his own charisma for way too long, and he's a narcissist. He's a dumbass, okay? However, I think that underlying instinct, that underlying cunning still exists.
By international law, local law, it's covered by a lot of laws.
Randy Chang says that's a good explanation for the Atlantic City affair. Now explain his other 6 corporate bankruptcies. He probably threw shit at the wall and saw what sticks. And by the way, Randy Chang, here's the thing that you might not understand about bankruptcy. When you create a corporation, when you create a business and you run it, the credit sticks with the corporation. It doesn't stick with you as an individual. And there's parallel businesses, okay? So for instance, let's say he creates a corporation and it rises and falls under its own power. Well, what he could do in the meantime is he could collect hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars through investment and put those into his own accounts. And then while that business fails, he still made hundreds of thousands, millions, or even billions of dollars off of that corporation existing. So I would have to look at the details of those individual corporations, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was fraud. Like Trump University, as an example. I think that he was criminally indicted for fraud with Trump University because it didn't deliver the services rendered. I'm sure that while Trump University was created, mismanaged, and fell apart, Donald Trump himself probably still walked away with tens of millions of dollars. So I would have to know the individual. I would have to research the individual bankruptcies, and frankly, I don't have time, and I don't care that much.
But it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
He just says that they're a city that endorses and enforces international law. Is that at odds with?
No, I don't know. Would you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board.
Exactly, Samson. Samson says just smart enough to screw people over. Yes.
And that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want.
We were with ICE. We were with ICE.
We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime more than ICE per se. We discussed crime, and he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction. And
Snickers No says, these one guy response times are off the charts. Did you already get the extra monitors set up? No. We're just a little bit slower, but I think it's because we still have plenty of people in chat. We still have more than 100 people in chat, but I think that this is just a little bit more of a dry segment. I think that when we're talking about Steven's sex life or this particular creator being a total dumbass, or we have like more drawings and this, that, the other, we're going. But I mean, the thrust of this content is still the same. I'm just watching it to see, number one, because it doesn't seem like it's boring to anybody. It seems like people want to engage with it. But number two, because I think it's an important political moment. So I think even though we have a decent audience right now, what is there to say? This is a democratic socialist. There's some people in my audience who think that it's okay for him to be in politics as a democratic socialist. I'm opposed to socialism, even if it's democratic. I think that this dude is hiding his power level. And then this is probably the biggest grifter in American politics to ever exist. And yet they seem to get along. If you are a fan of Zoran Mamdani, or if you're a fan of Donald Trump, that should rub you the wrong way. That's the main thrust of this content. And so I think we just don't need to repeat it too often.
he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And you know, we actually people would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters.
Jack?
Mr. President, I want to know, one of the policies as well that Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech, you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general. And so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because
That's Jack Posobiec, by the way. Jack Posobiec visibly rolled his eyes one time when Donald Trump glazed Mamdani, which is good because Jack Posobiec is one of the biggest pieces of shit in alternative politics. He just asked Zoran Mamdani, because Zoran Mamdani has a quote probably from before he was running for mayor, but it might have been during the mayoral campaign, where he said, oh, yeah, well, it's unfair that from a property tax accounting perspective, we got communities of color and we got lower income people and we got this and we got that. And they're getting hit at an aggressive rate. And arguably, there are property tax loopholes or something for communities that are richer, whiter, and less affected by the government. And so what a lot of people did on the internet, including Jack Posobiec, my presumption, is that they said, oh, Zoran Mamdani is a racist who wants to exclusively tax white people for the benefits of minorities. Now, I think if you're being uncharitable, you could actually look at that statement and be like, oh, yeah, he's actually a fucking racist. He wants to go after white people. But if you're being charitable to the progressive analytical lens, it's the whiteness is a construction, a social construction that needs to be abolished because we just need to think of each other as people. Of course, there's like a vengeful lens against white people from a progressive lens as well. But, you know, it depends on whether or not you're being charitable or uncharitable. So Jack Posobiec is obviously being uncharitable.
What we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in our
But to be
city.
clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
That's what you said.
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and
See, and then I think this is why I might disagree with Zoran Mamdani. I might hate the way in which he achieved power. I might think that he's hiding his power level for XYZ ABC reasons. I do not think Zoran Mamdani is a stupid man. This is an astute answer, okay? What he's saying is, no. I'm not trying to vilify white, rich New Yorkers. I'm being descriptive about the nature of the neighborhoods and the way I want to reform. And even if that was a lie, that's still a better answer than saying like, yeah, white people have an advantage in this country, so fuck them. I'm gonna tax the shit out of them. Like, obviously, this is an infinitely better, infinitely more astute, infinitely more charitable answer.
equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Please, God.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, you threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city funding?
Dang Jesus says, I was a fan of Mamdani specifically because how much he pissed Trump off. So this meeting confuses me. It doesn't confuse me, man. And this is where I just need you. Dang Jesus. I just need you to be a little bit more aware. Just because somebody is charismatic, because somebody is funny, just because somebody might share some political perspectives that you have, doesn't mean that they're a good person. I'm not saying Mamdani is a bad person, but I am saying, let's just say that you could have good vibes about somebody who actually ends up being disastrous.
Grocery stores would be something else.
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen.
Jeb Kush says roll a D6 for psychic damage. True.
I did say, subject to what policies are being set. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things I really gleaned very, very much today, he'd like to see him come down, ideally by building a lot of additional housing.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the
They agree on abundance liberalism. Good.
newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, Dave de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
Okay.
I'm actually good based off of vibes. I kind of want to roll into the next segment of content. I think Fellrunner said that they needed to dip out and they wanted me to draw something, but I didn't see what they wanted me to draw. Maybe I'll check out like the last 2 minutes or so. Maybe we'll miss like a quote, but if there was like a huge quote, I would have expected to have seen it hit the internet. And I think we actually just hit the main quote, which was the Donald Trump being weirdly ready to help and him saying like, maybe we disagree on some policy, but I actually do agree with him on some policies. That quote was actually infinitely more tepid in context than it was out of context, which I normally find the way to, when you have a 7-second clip, that tends to be the case. So I'm not surprised. I'm going to fast forward a little bit just to see if there's anything worth addressing, but I think we get the vibe. The vibe is we're all a little shocked that Zoran Mamdani and Donald Trump had a positive, productive meeting. But I think it points to the fact that they're both populists. They're both interested in outcomes more than anything else. And that this political pragmatism actually points to maybe them not being as ideological as they put out on the outside. And so that's my frustration with this, is I'm effectively trying to tell liberals and progressives, hey, Zoran Mamdani, he might be charismatic. He might know how to propagandize people. He might have a populist messaging. His policies might be social democrat, which are popular with the people. However, I think this dude is hiding his power level, and he's a little bit more of a snake or a lizard or a reptile than you're giving him credit for. And you thinking that he's just like cute and kawaii and ooh-woo, I think you're a fucking idiot and you're getting suckered in. And then the progressives and liberals get a little bit ruffled because they don't want to think that they're stupid enough to get conned by somebody who's actually a reptile. And then when it comes to Trump, you know, all this does is it shows that Trump is a flexible authoritarian. He will work with a fascist to achieve power. He will work with a communist to achieve power. He will work with a liberal, a libertarian. He'll work with anybody as long as they kiss the ring and as long as they work towards his goals. He'll work with anybody. And so he'll do whatever it takes in order to keep and maintain power. In order to gain and maintain power, he'll do anything. And so this is where this meeting is kind of dangerous, and I hope it wakes people up a little bit.
You know, your typical guy runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting, because he has a chance to really do something.
Reminds me of Two Girls, One Cup.
Something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point, and he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed, and we're going to be helping him. But he's different than, you know, your average candidate. Hey, he came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there. He came out of nowhere. Would you start off at 1 or 2? And then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, that's getting a little bit interesting, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did.
And I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal, and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government and New York City government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
You know, we have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults that was missing for years. I found it and I put it up. He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess. And
all right, I'm good. So you guys get where I'm at, which is effectively Zoran can be intelligent. He can be charismatic. He can know how to carry a message. He can do this. Let's see if he can govern. Okay. We know he can create good videos. We know he can get popular. We know that he can popularize an economic message. We know all that. Can he govern? Does he have the cojones to wrangle an administrative state, to reform it in such a way that it actually functions for the people, and then achieve tangible, verifiable results for New Yorkers? And will that be a combination of social democratic welfare state mixed with a tinge of abundance liberal deregulation? And if he does, you know, good for him. I'll still think that he's hiding his power level. I'll still think that he's probably a closet, not even closet. He's a pragmatic socialist who's trying to reform the country to be more favorable to his politics. I'll still think that. But if he's a not just a good campaigner, he's also a good steward of government, then I'll be surprised, but maybe I'll just concede to his technical chops. There's plenty of people who I don't like and I don't like their policies, but I'll make concessions to their competence. Whereas with Donald Trump, my frustration with him is competence. I've never had any doubts that Donald Trump is charismatic to the layperson. I've never had any doubts that Trump was funny. I've never had any doubts that Trump could charm a room. That's how he got power. My main problem with Donald Trump is he doesn't care about the republic. He doesn't care about the rule of law. He doesn't care about the safeguards of our society. He tries to bulldoze right through them. He tried to overthrow the republic in 2021. And he also did a bunch of vile shit while he was in charge that probably got people killed through incompetence. And Trump too, the Trump 2.0, the second administration, has done exactly that. Through incompetence, he's killed hundreds of thousands of Africans through the end of PEPFAR and USAID. Through incompetence, he has killed thousands or tens of thousands of Ukrainians. He's a piece of shit. He's a dumbass. I fucking hate him. I want him out of office as quickly as possible. He also might be an ephebophilic sex trafficking rapist. We'll see when the Epstein files come out. But yeah, fuck Trump. To some degree, fuck Mamdani. I hope that they both govern successfully and that we have a better country and New York City as a result of it. But for me, these guys are snakes. And the fact that two snakes got into a room together and they vibed, I think that should scare anybody who earnestly believe these two. All right, I'm ready for the next thing. Now, the truth is, sorry, I removed myself instead of removing the content. I'm caught up with chat, and Rob's Media released a drama video that breaks down Breadtube and the fall of Breadtube, and there are segments that I think are mad funny. And I'll just share this with you real quick. Now, this is not politically deep. It's not. But we got Innuendo Studios, which we could watch a few minutes of. It's kind of like the most boring section, so I would probably watch like the first third of it, and then I would skip it. We got Xander Hall, which I think is actually legitimately like a funny section. Then we got Essence of Thought, which is a trans YouTuber, which is really funny, but not politically impactful. We got a Vosh section and a Keffel section. We got a, a DJ Mule section, which is hilarious. We got Noah Samson. And then I think we have Nick is Not Green. I don't care about Nick is Not Green. And I don't care about this guy. What is this guy's name? Innuendo Studios. So let me give you the, but I think what we could do is we could draw a Game of Thrones style drawing of the of the Vosh orbit that shot off of the Destiny orbit, and then we could kind of go over the collapse of the Vosh orbit, and I think that would be fun. Christian Blair says this is going to be ass cancer. Yes, but you should experience some degree of Schadenfreude, and what I mean by that is, yeah, it's going to be ass cancer because these people suck. It just being a little bit meaner than I want to be. These people suck. But at the same time, watching their socioeconomic downfall, watching their social lives and their economic lives fall apart, I think is probably going to be brilliant. This is the world's strongest man, and this is like a super professional kickboxer, and apparently they're punching each other in the liver. I want to see how that goes real quick.
Mr. Eddie Hall, the strongest man is in the building. How strong is your gut, mate?
It's pretty strong, mate. I saw the one you did with Tom Aspinall. If we're doing it in terms of metal, if I've got an iron gut, Tom Aspinall's got like a copper gut.
When the world's strongest man came to challenge the world kickboxing champ, the ending was unexpected. I'll speed it up to the interesting part.
10%. Here we go. 50%. Here we go. All right, 70. We're skipping one. Let's go. 90%. Oh, 100%.
"100% gut shots, dude. This is 100% gut shots, man." Dude, you can rupture a vital organ that way. So it looks like they jacked each other up. And Eddie Hall's obviously like a tough guy, man. Tough guy. This is like arguably the world's strongest man. And Eddie Hall had to take a little breather because he took a gut shot. And dude, right here, you have to understand. So your stomach is kind of to the right side. I'll try to wrap this up because I understand that this might not be everybody's cup of tea. But your stomach is kind of like right here, right? Like you have your stomach and it kind of leans over here and then it bends back into your esophagus and then goes straight up. And that's why, weirdly enough, if you have gas pressure underneath your heart, that's why they call it heartburn, because oftentimes gas will bubble at the esophageal connection into your throat that then goes up your sternum. So when you have a lot of gas that goes up against your stomach, it puts pressure on this part of your body, which is why it feels like your heart, right? Well, what ends up happening is you have your liver right here, and your kidneys, I think, are more towards the back. But you can actually punch somebody so hard in the stomach that it'll rupture their like spleen. It'll rupture their what's the one that always explodes that hurts and kills people? The one that doesn't do anything. I forget what it is, but there's the one vital organ that's no longer a vital organ. That's kind of vestigial that human beings are kind of like evolving out of. Oh, your appendix. If somebody already has an appendix that's on the verge of busting and you punch them as hard as you can burst their appendix and you can kill them. And so doing 100% punches to the gut is actually like, it probably won't kill you. Let's be real. But people have been killed by taking these shots. So the fact that the kickboxing champion can punch Eddie Hall in the gut and he can need to take a breather is funny. But what I find even more funny is the kickboxing champion taking a hit and then him actually needing to walk it off because he got fucked up. I've taken a hit like that before. It's rough. It's rough. Isn't that how Houdini died? I think he did. I think he did. How did Houdini die? Peritonitis caused by a ruptured appendix. Yeah, he had a ruptured appendix. I don't know if he took a hit to his core before he got killed, but yeah, his appendix took him out. Oof. All right. So let me go ahead and do an intro and then get into this. And then we're going to start. Actually, what I'll do is I will watch the Innuendo Studios section, just because there might be a few things worth breaking down, and not just that. It'll help me get a head start on the drawing. So I'll go ahead and do an intro, throw on the Bob Ross wig, and start painting. So I just want to shout out the people real quick. So thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Shout out to Grassroots Hegemon for the 20. Shout out to Test Dummy Human for the 500 SEC, which is the equivalent of, I think, $50. Fell Runner, thank you for the 10. And I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Let's do it. So let's rewind a little bit. Let's put this volume up. Let's make the video quality decent. And let's expand. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd and a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I have a little bit of a drama treat for you today. There's a gentleman by the name of Rob's Media. He is a drama channel, but what he broke down is he documented half a dozen to a dozen creators who are from Breadtube, the left wing of the internet, and how they've had economic and social media downfalls. I'm going to be using this to make a drawing, an artistic drawing showing the collapse of the Vosh orbit, showing the collapse of a section of Twitch and YouTube politics. So it should be really fun. Let's go ahead and get it cracking. And I'll be throwing on my Bob Ross wig momentarily in order to start painting. Let's go.
Breadtube began as a way to combat various different anti-SJW YouTubers during the mid-2010s.
I'm going to bump the volume with a booster real quick.
Based on the book Conquest of Bread, the term has come to describe various different left-leaning content creators on YouTube and Twitch. It's a very loose community with lots of division in recent years, leading to many of these Breadtubers fading from relevancy.
Sorry, that feels a little loud. Cancel. Sorry. Volume booster. Good lord.
Or suffering major reputational damage due to various controversies. Recently, there's been a surge of Breadtubers e-begging in order to financially cope with their downfalls, though some like myself have been picking up on quite a pattern. What's actually causing their decline in viewership and monetary success? It should become obvious to you by the end of this video. Innuendo Studios, or Ian, began his channel around 2014 during the Gamergate era. He aspired to create content revolving around it, defending those like Anita Sarkeesian from what he believed was unjust hate. However, Ian didn't have the time to produce enough videos due to other freelance work, so he created a Kickstarter campaign to ask for donations.
All right, so I just showed you this guy's... Well, actually, let him talk real quick.
I'm shooting for is to carve about 4 months out of my schedule where this would be my main project, with only the least time-consuming freelance work on the side. During that time, I'm targeting about 100 minutes of video content. That could be 5 20-minute essays, it could be 25-minute essays. Math. If I get to the end of 4 months and I haven't hit 100 minutes, I keep going. If I get to 100 minutes and there's still any Kickstarter money left, I keep going. And if I go over my funding goal, I just add on minutes and months. As for rewards, I have some. A variety of options, including a personalized mixtape made by me, a portrait of you made by the great Amanda Watkins, and for people in the Massachusetts area, 1 homemade vegan cheesecake.
Yeah, I think you can tell the kind of person he is just from that snippet. Over the next year, Ian would
So now that you see who he is, I'm going to skip a little. I'm not going to skip a little bit ahead content-wise. I'm just going to let it play while I'm making my drawing. However, I am just going to inform you that this is the author of the alt-right playbook. For me, the alt-right playbook is it was okay. All right, it was okay because I think it documented some argumentations that you were seeing in dissident right-wing circles. And it also documented some social phenomena that was common in online debate and online politics. I think the problem with the alt-right playbook, from my perspective, was the fact that it generalized argumentation styles that are common amongst stupid people. And it said that it was only the dissident right who was doing it. And I think that's one of the things that like frustrated me when I had like normie liberal friends sharing alt-right playbook content with me. I was like, yeah, like logical fallacies and red herrings and appeals to consensus and appeals to this and that. Those are all common online. This isn't just the dissident right-wing thing. Yeah, Gamergate was a decade ago. I know. Welcome to the world. You're an old bitch. What have you done in the past decade? If it's just consume online content, you might want to think about doing other things. We're all dying. So we're all dying, bitch. Let's go eat a pear. So I'm going to let this play in the background while I start my drawing.
Indeed produce over 100 hours of content, making an update video in September 2015 to announce his new Patreon.
My name is Ian. I have launched a Patreon campaign. If I can somehow get it up to $1,250 per video, I can afford to keep treating this as one of my main jobs. And I can guarantee at least one 10 to 15 minute video every month, sometimes more. The Kickstarter money will be gone soon, so if you like what I make, this is how we keep the party going.
And over the next several years, Ian would make your standard, pretentious leftist video essays about things like art and gaming culture. Though the real game changer was a series, The Alt-Right Playbook, which began in 2017. It became a massive hit for his channel, with the average installment garnering over 1 million views, though most outside Breadtube weren't really familiar with it, and it would eventually fade into obscurity, as Ian uploaded less and less over the next 8 years. I watched a handful of episodes in preparation for this video, and I was quite unimpressed by it. For how legendary people have made it seem, the alt-right playbook literally just feels like Ian's guide to arguing with people on Twitter. For instance, in the 3rd episode, he discusses ways to win an argument about Anita Sarkeesian's sketchy Kickstarter campaigns.
Now, by this time, you've noticed your interlocutor's position has changed from she stole from people to she asked too much to begin with to she took too long to deliver, as though these are all the same argument. And you also notice the pattern of the conversation. He says something short, quippy, and wrong. You give a detailed correction. He says something else short, quippy, wrong, and only tangentially related to his last point, and the cycle repeats itself. This goes on and on. And it's not, you've noticed, just this discussion. You find this manner of argument often when you express left-of-center beliefs.
And it's fine if he wants to discuss that, but these aren't groundbreaking discoveries. This is just how discourse and debate works. The best way to describe Ian is pretentious. He's very pretentious. He has this savior complex and wishes to be taken seriously by the online left. But in reality, this guy is just a sad, pathetic loser. Before Gamergate, Ian made this blog post about this bizarre advancement he made towards a random indie dev back in 2000.
Okay, so I wanted to make this point, and I think Rob, because he's probably not obsessed with Twitch and YouTube politics to the same degree that I am, that is the argument that I was making earlier, where effectively, like, moving the goalposts. We've all, if you've argued with people on Twitter, if you've argued with people on Reddit, if you've argued with people around a dinner table, people moving the goalposts is common in argumentation regardless of political persuasion, and it has a lot to do with post hoc reasoning. What starts is you start with a hyperbolic claim. I'll do this perfectly. I'll use me. Joe Biden and Hunter Biden are engaged in international corruption that has sullied the presidency. Let's say that is a 4 year ago argument that I was making. Well, if Destiny, because Destiny's a smart dickhead, and you guys are relatively speaking smart dickheads, what you could be is like, okay, well, what's the evidence? And I would go, oh, well, Hunter Biden worked as a lawyer and he got money from corrupt foreign organizations. And then the corrupt foreign organizations, he took that money and he funneled it to his family without paying his taxes. Well, what's happened is we've shifted the argument away from Joe Biden because Joe Biden isn't a part of that line of argumentation. It's almost exclusively Hunter, and it's like the uncle. And then you could start digging into the details of, well, is it illegal to have cronyism or nepotism? Is it illegal to be the son of a famous person and get a job? And the answer is no. It's unethical, but if you're famous because your dad's famous, it's not a crime to take a job. And then same thing with like sending the money back to your family. Is that illegal? No, could be unethical, but it's not illegal. And that's where you could shift the line of argumentation, even with my argumentation, where I think it's sussy baka that Hunter Biden took millions of dollars over the course of a year, funneled it back to his family tax-free. But what you ultimately end up is that Hunter Biden is a drug addict who engaged in tax evasion. We start with Hunter Biden and Joe Biden are corrupting the presidency. We end at Hunter Biden is a drug addict and he committed tax evasion. So that's where, for me, shifting the goalposts is neither left nor right. It's an argumentative strategy, intentional and subconscious, that applies to almost everybody who's using post hoc reasoning, including me.
2008. He found out she was a woman and sent this insanely creepy email. "You are beautiful and wonderful and funny and perfect. I pledge myself to you. If we ever meet, know this. Always, 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 I am yours." He did apologize, but it's insanely drawn out, as he felt the need to address every single little thing. Oh, and he left this goofy photo of himself holding an apology sign. "I'm sorry, my lady. I didn't mean to offend you." Like a lot of leftists, Ian is way too public about his sex life, giving away details most men wouldn't spill if they're being waterboarded. He's very open about the fact that he's a cuck, yet is still super insecure about it, leading to him producing an entire 17-minute video about the semantics of cuckoldry. Since he is a breadtuber, Ian opens it up by trying to politicize the term. He strawmans his detractors as deeply offended right-wingers who just don't understand his lifestyle. A lifestyle where he watches his girl getting plowed by Big Dick Randy.
The truth is, I've been at this a while, and there have been stretches where I was dating only one person who had multiple partners. There have also been stretches where I was dating multiple people, all of whom were only involved with me, so I guess I was cucking them. And honestly, it's all just dating. You do this long enough,
you're gonna be in a lot of permutations.
Most people like myself aren't trying to moralize this. We're just here to make fun of you, Ian. And hey, argue all you want about how you're actually happy being a cuck. It's not like those alt-writers were correct about you.
I call this one the slow breakup. It's like when your partner starts canceling date nights and then starts getting home really late and then starts sleeping on the couch, and you keep asking, hey, is there something wrong? And they just say, oh, sweetie, of course not. Work is just running me ragged lately. And when I have time off, I'm too tired to go out. And I get home so late these days, I don't want to wake you up by coming to bed. And then one day you get home and their bags are packed. And they're like, look, we both saw this coming. You know that thing. You know, this happens to everybody, right?
Yeah, his polyamorous girlfriend broke up with him for another man. What a
Hold on. I want to see. Oh no. I was hoping that it was going to be his face, but it ended up just being the cartoon drawing. Listen, man. Lol, the wig looks natural. I know. This is just my hair when it's longer. But guys, listen. Philip Coffey is the only person who gets a open relationship pass in my community. Okay. Philip Coffey has been an on and off fan of the stream. He's come in, he's super chatted, he watches VODs, he comments stuff. You know, Philip Coffey is the only guy who gets a pass, in my opinion. The rest of you guys, I'm just going to tell you straight. It doesn't work. Okay. It doesn't work. Out of all the people who I know who are in open relationships, I would say 80% of them, 90% of them have had it blow up in their face. And I'm not just talking about like public personas. I'm talking about people who are like involved in polycules. And effectively, the only polycules that I know are relatively stable thruples. And what I mean by that is they don't have like a constant rotation of people that the girl is dating or the guy is dating, and they're bringing people in and out all the time. What they have is they have either a guy with two girls. I think that's the only one that I know of. A guy with two girls, and one of the girls or both of the girls are bisexual. And then they're either into each other and both into the guy, or they're one of them's like a lesbian and one of them's bisexual, and the girl is lesbian with the girl and heterosexual with the guy, and they all kind of make their peace with the throuple status. Though that's a stable throuple is the only thing that I've seen work. And by the way, like, work is a question of degrees, because even monogamous relationships are difficult. Okay. And so I don't think anybody really has like the idealistic, perfect from day one to day a million relationship. I think that relationships take work, but I'm just telling you, the one that you're probably picturing, if you're a young person and you're like, yeah, I'm going to be polyamorous, I'm going to let my girl do whatever she wants, and I'm going to go do whatever I want. And as a result, we're just going to have this constant rotation of, I'm just not jealous, so I'm just going to let all these dudes hook up with my girl, but I'm also going to be on the side hooking up with all these other chicks. Like that, I've never seen that work. The dudes get jealous, the girls get jealous, the emotions get crazy, everything falls apart. So I'm sorry, like if you want to not morally load it, I'm going to morally load it. If you're 15 to 25 and you're dating and you're figuring things out and you're doing this and you're doing that and you're seeing what works and you're not seeing what works, I'm not going to dog on you super hard. If you're like 40 and you look back at your relational history and it's nothing but disaster, and you're somebody who's advocating for this position, I'm not going to lie, I kind of think you're an arsler. No offense. I might love you. You might even be a strong community member. But I've never seen it work.
You know that thing. You know, this happens to everybody, right?
Yeah, his polyamorous girlfriend broke up with him for another man. What a shock. After years of barely uploading content, Ian has hit rock bottom. He put out this video in May 2025 titled, "Being a YouTuber Bankrupted Me," where he discusses his recent hardships in life and debates quitting content creation.
For the time being, Innuendo Studios is taking a break. I'm not sure for how long, and there's a chance it might be permanent.
What do you mean a break? You've basically been on one already. You've put out less than 30 minutes worth of content in the past year.
But Simo says, do I remember the surfs debate? I will think about the surfs debate on my deathbed, bro. the tale of twin rabbits and the serfs and Lauren debate. I'll think about that on my deathbed. Now, it won't be the most important thing that I think about, but it'll be something I think about. Where I'm just like, damn, tale of twin rabbits really got his ass kicked, huh?
If anything, this guy needs to be putting out more content, since he's apparently at the edge of bankruptcy.
I have been running this channel at a loss for 7 years. And between back taxes I owe the government, a maxed out credit card that is in collections, and money I owe to a few people who've bailed me out, I have a total accumulated debt that is pushing $100,000. And I'm not going to say I'm perfect at managing money.
Yeah, no shit. How the fuck are you that much in debt with a successful YouTube channel and thousands of dollars being made each month on Patreon? Well, apparently this guy didn't know what taxes were until the age of 32. Instead of fleeing to Asia like any normal schizo, he decided to wait until his back taxes and fees reached $59,000.
Hi, Dan. I just moved in next door. I'm a supermodel.
I don't care who the IRS sends, I am not paying taxes.
Also, his credit card debt reached nearly $19,000, as I guess he spent too much money on his fedora and Funko Pop collection. Oh, and also the fact that he lives in one of the most expensive cities.
Jeb Kush says, this is why being gay sucks. Almost everyone I try to get with wants open relationships. Listen, man, I have a friend who's a gay bear, and he keeps bumping into dudes who are like, yeah, like I'm gay but conservative and I want a monogamous relationship. And he had to ask me permission. He was like, hey, a lot of progressives are, anti-monogamy within the gay community. What do you think about it? And I was like, excuse me. I was like, yeah, it's okay to be monogamous. You don't have to be constantly hooking up with new people. You can just love somebody. You're allowed to just love somebody. That's actually perfectly sane and normal. And he'd been hanging out in progressive circles for so long that it was almost like a sociological faux pas to be monogamous. That's where I get into arguments with chat where they're like, oh, you're talking shit about gay promiscuity. You must be a homophobe. And I'm like, no, I'm like a promiscuity phobe, And obviously, like, I had a young phase where I was going crazy. But I'm just telling you, like, gay dudes would probably be happier if you had like a young slutty phase where maybe from 18 to 22 you like fucked around and went to a few crazy parties and did this and did that. But then if you found somebody that you genuinely loved, that genuinely loved you, and you guys got along and shared similar life goals, you would probably be happier monogamous. So sorry. Like, yeah. Christian Blair says, easy to heart scale, turn girlfriend bi, want to have a threesome with Bonnie. God, you're just going to get herpes, Christian Blair. Like, listen, I love you, and I love that you oil the community. Same thing with Grassroots Hegemon. Sometimes Grassroots Hegemon says something that's wild and promiscuous. You guys are just going to get herpes. Okay? You're just going to get herpes. All right? So have fun with that. I'm trying to make it to my deathbed without herpes. So, yeah. Grassroots says the gay community is bad for that in the places that they meet at, the clubs and the bars and stuff. Men are much more difficult to date than women. Well, dude, and that's the other thing too. Like, a lot of people, they get on my ass because they're like, oh, you're being so homophobic because you're talking about these stereotypes of men. Listen, man, like, I know a healthy chunk of gay dudes, and a lot of gay dudes are super promiscuous. So sorry if I burst your bubble, but maybe chill the fuck out. How about that?
In America. But no, according to him, it's not entirely his fault. It's capitalism's fault.
Now, I want to acknowledge that some of this is my fault. The debt would not be nearly so big if I were better at budgeting, if I read my mail faster, if I had followed up about that audit. I am not purely a victim here. But also, this is a bad and broken system, and even if I played it perfectly, there is no universe where I make what I make and finish the year with 12 grand left over for the government. Not in this city, maybe not in this country.
He still hasn't grasped the concept of personal responsibility yet. Instead of getting his shit together and making videos, He'd rather spend all day watching movies and playing video games.
There's a bunch of stuff I do on Patreon that, like, I haven't even announced it here on YouTube. I've been doing it for like a year and change now. I do these little projects where, like, I have a film randomizer list. It's like a list of, this year's list is like 36 movies, where I hit shuffle on Letterboxd and watch whichever one comes up first and try to get through the whole list by the end of the year. And I write little reviews for them. Or I have like a video game cabinet, just games I'm trying to get through before the end of the year. I do a reading log.
How about you make movie reviews or gaming streams? How fucking hard could that be? It's like he'd rather sit on his ass than work on content. I bet his work schedule consists of Googling something for a video and calling it a day, before spending the next 14 hours binge-watching movies at full volume, while the IRS starts aggressively knocking on his door. Instead of actually fixing this problem himself, Ian chose to crowdfund again, managing to get $155,000 off GoFundMe. He was able to garner this incredibly quickly due to how pitiful he made himself look in the video, which was definitely intentional. He picked the lowest quality camera possible, talked in a voice more monotone than mine, and kept spouting out excuses for why he couldn't get basic work done.
I just can't take it anymore.
So, okay, I'm sorry. The funniest thing about this entire thing, so this is the main through line. I know this is probably just background noise for you guys because Rob has a monotone voice and Innuendo Studios has a monotone voice and I might have a monotone voice. But if you look at Innuendo Studios and you actually look at the content that he put out, people gave him $150,000 to cover his back taxes. Okay. And if you look at this, the alt-right playbook, the South Bank of the Rubicon, was 9 months ago and it's 8 minutes long. I'm going to take off the wig. The wig is getting hot and itchy. I'll throw it on randomly whenever we start drawings, but I'm not going to keep it on the entire time I'm doing drawing. Alt-right playbook was released 10 months ago with 13 minutes of content. Zone of Interest, a litany, is 2 minutes long and was written, shot and released a year ago. And the whole point is that, like, this thing came up in the past like 6 months. So this guy, let's just use 1 year as an example. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 30 minutes. Then, and this is like a media review thing too. So that's 40 minutes, 60 minutes, 66 minutes, 68 minutes, 70 minutes, 80 minutes. So he released 80 minutes of content over a year, like 2 years. 80 minutes of content. I want you to think about that. 80 minutes. Okay. And by the way, I know ContraPoints does what? She probably takes like a quarter. Realistically, if she was actually working at full capacity, she could probably take a quarter in order to highly edit a movie. But a movie for Contra, she just releases one a year now. But back when she was releasing them, they were monthly. And I think she could probably do it in a month if she really thought about how to do it correctly. So this dude did 2 months worth of work over the course of 2 years. And the audience, because they were so nostalgic for back when he used to do things, they gave him $150,000 effing dollars. That is bananas. Okay. 2 months worth of work took him 2 years. And by the way, something that he's going to bring up, which also frustrates the shit out of me, is he's got back problems. Buy a comfortable chair and work, you dumb fuck. All right. Sorry. Back to the drawing.
This is just a lot of strain to put on me and to put on my family. And I've felt for a long time that, like, I'm on the verge of, you know, kind of like making it. Like, I've been dancing around the periphery for a while, you know, back in 2020, right before COVID happened, you know, like, the numbers were really doing good. The Patreon was really solid. I was making more money than I'd ever made. And it really seemed like it was going to keep heading that way. And then they just started to dip and it's never really recovered. You know, once I hurt my back, and I couldn't work for a while.
I want you to think about how stupid this is. Okay, this guy probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he says that he can't work because he hurt his back and because of COVID. Number one, most people were home during COVID, so that's when people most like that's when YouTube and Twitch and YouTube politics really popped off. So he's blaming COVID, a time in which more people were locked down and more people were watching YouTube than ever, as responsible for a financial downturn in his content. And then he's also blaming a hurting his back. Okay? Look at this shit. This thing is probably expensive as hell, but I swear to God, $3,000. If this dude is making six figures, he can afford a $3,000 chair. All right? Same thing with this one. I'm going to check this out. All right. Well, they're not listing a price. But the whole point is that, like, for the super rich people, I have lower back pain. After 5 or 6 hours in the chair, I need to go lie down on the couch for a little bit. But this chair rotates, bro. Look at this. Look at this. It rotates into a sofa reclining position. So your monitors you can be lying down at a 3/4 angle and still work. One day, when I make it as a content creator, when Grassroots oils just a little bit too much, you're going to come into stream and I'm going to be like this, because I'm going to be lying down in this zero gravity gaming chair, streaming for 15 hours a day because I have no back pain. Oh my God. So the fact that this guy is like, oh, my back, oh, COVID, I can't work. The fact that lefties didn't see through this shit and they gave him $150K. I'm just gonna tell you, the left wing. I love you guys. Like a lot of you are liberals. So I'm not trying to hate on you too much. The fact that you guys gave him $150K after this video, I think you're just very, 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 very dumb. Very dumb. Oi, can we get Connor sleep streams? Yeah, sure. If you get me that chair, I'll just stay in the chair for 24 hours.
And life just got more expensive.
Aw man, his back hurt. Guess that means he can't sit on his ass all day and make YouTube videos anymore.
Oh, my back!
It's very manipulative, and Ian is very aware of that, since he's laid out his crowdfunding strategy in a previous video.
We go on crowdfunding sites and tell our stories about what we want to make and why they matter to us. People get that investment when the story is good and when they trust the person telling it. And that's what I mean about
Batu Sai says, Innuendo Studios wants to play the ContraPoints game of having 200,000 Patreon supporters and only making one video a year. Yes. They want to be even lazier than they are now. Yes.
Campaigns living or dying on the perception of sincerity. People have to believe the story you're telling them is true. Now, there are ways to present the appearance of sincerity.
I hate you, conservative liberalism. What do you mean people gave him $150K for his back taxes? You mean that he paid his back taxes. That's a Hunter Biden deep cut reference for those of you who don't know. God, I hate you. I hate you for saying that.
Without actually being sincere. And if you want advice on how to do that, you're gonna need to talk to an ad executive. What I always tell people is that the best way to appear sincere is to be sincere.
And it worked. As much of Ian's leftist audience
Yes, test dummy human, yes.
supported him without question, including some of his Breadtuber buddies like Big Joel and PhilosophyTube. A month after the GoFundMe's release, Ian would announce that he'd be going on a sabbatical. With no intent to produce content despite his audience's expectations, he might as well just tell them to go fuck themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy just scammed his audience so he can go to Japan or whatever and live out his weeaboo fantasies. Either way, the situation definitely isn't over. As pointed out by Accounting in YouTube, go check him out, his videos are great. Ian might have to pay taxes on the GoFundMe money due to seemingly using it for his vacation. His audience also donated with the expectation that he continue making videos, meaning they wouldn't be counted as gifts and would have to be taxed.
Quote, contributions to crowdfunding campaigns are not necessarily a result of detached and disinterested generosity and therefore may not be.
Doobie says, how does he not have a second job if he's only made 2 hours of content over the past couple of years? I think it's because of his Patreon. I think his patrons were paying him like $5 to $6K a month. And as a result, he just sat on his dick and didn't do anything. What Innuendo Studios? Now, I know this thing can go up and down, but let's just take a look real quick. 4,200 members, 6,095 a month, dude. 6,095. So he got whatever residuals he had from his videos, because I'm sure his videos still get tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of views per month. And then he's making an average of between 5 and 6 grand a month off of Patreon. He just dicked off of Patreon. Absolutely fucking insane.
Be gifts. This sentence suggests that contributions to crowdfunding campaigns can often be made with personal motives, rather than purely...
True. We got 50 people who like the stream. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got it, memberships if you got them. My parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out.
Out of selfless generosity. If this is the case, these contributions may not ethically qualify as gifts, since gifts typically imply no expectation of return or benefit.
There was supposed to be some sort of update on the situation this month, but as of editing this, nothing has happened. Well, besides him recently unlisting his update video.
First T News says, speaking of dead channels, I should add Hunter Avalone to this. I really should. I don't like being mean to Hunter because Hunter has legitimately had a tough couple of years. Right? I'm going to watch this, obviously. My thoughts on Bo Blacks, a response to 40 minutes of cope and lies for an hour. I'll definitely watch that later. Black Meridian, SCP, I'll probably watch that later. But let's take a look at Hunter Avalone. So for those of you who are uninitiated, Hunter Avalone was a part of the anti-SJW sphere. And he wasn't a liberal who disliked leftists. He was a conservative. And effectively what ended up happening was he had 500,000 subs. He did skit comedy. He did this. He did that. And he switched sides politically. Like he went to the far left for a second. And then he kind of like became like a liberal or like a progressive liberal. But he lost 90% of his audience, and he lost like 90% of his audience and was starting from scratch. And then not just that, his wife left him in a way that was horrifying, where she was thinking about engaging in pornographic sex acts in order to get enough money to fund their divorce. They do have a couple of kids, and the pornographic sex acts were extreme. And then I think this girl, by the way, if he doesn't marry this girl, he's a fucking idiot. Okay. It's members only, but this is a girl, I think, if this is the same girl, he started dating this girl, and this girl had like a crazy psycho ex-boyfriend, and he talked shit to him via text message, and the ex-boyfriend showed up to their house and tried to murder them. The ex-boyfriend tried to murder this girl and tried to murder Hunter. And then actually shot at them with buckshot, hit her with buckshot. She had like a buckshot BB in her leg. They ran back into their apartment. They locked their apartment. They were hanging out on the second story, thinking about jumping off the back end of the apartment complex in order to avoid a dude with a shotgun. And then the cops showed up and they got into a gunfight with the guy. And the guy either killed himself or the cops killed him. So, like, listen, man, if he doesn't marry this girl, he's a fucking idiot. Sorry for being so mean about it. And like Hunter and I, like, we're not friends or anything, but like we've been friendly in DMs. We work together for PV and all that kind of stuff. Looks like the last time he streamed was 8 months ago. Looks like the last time that he posted content was 2 months ago. And the numbers aren't good. He's basically starting from scratch. If I had advice for Hunter Avalone, because there's so many dead subs on this channel, I would start a new channel. Like I would work a normal job. I would try to max out my Patreon to the point that I was able to afford my bills. And then I would start from scratch. And I would do like Hunter Reloaded or Hunter Avalon 2.0 or Hunter Avalon. And I would effectively leave this channel up for like residual viewership, but I would start from scratch because 90% of these subs do not like your new content. So sorry, that's a Hunter Avalon lore. Back to it.
Which I found a little strange. I hope he found the polyamorous anime waifu of his dreams the other month, cause god, he'll need it. Xander Hall is one of those breadtubers who claims to have escaped the alt-right pipeline and joined the right side of politics after self-realization.
I do love this segment. Like, Xander Hall and I are friendly, but we don't have much of a professional relationship. I do think this segment is fucking hysterical.
Reality, this dude just went on 4chan sometimes and watched anti-SJW content, which a lot of left-leaning YouTubers even made back around 2016. He started watching Destiny after the JonTron debate, and began consuming content from more and more radical creators as time went on. This dude never escaped radicalization, he just switched teams. I don't know if I would call him a grifter though. I think he's too stupid to do that effectively.
I learned that this hadn't just happened to me, it was happening to millions of teenage.
I don't think Nick likes me. They're like, when's the Nick DiOrio collaboration? I don't think Nick likes me. I don't think it's anything like incredibly personal. I don't think he like knows me or cares about me or anything like that. But I think he was aware of. As a matter of fact, I don't think Chud likes me anymore, which is kind of sad. But that's okay. That's okay. That's internet for you. But I think just like continuing to hang out and associate with Destiny and just being kind of transparent about the way that I was thinking about it. I think he really, really, really hates Destiny. So I just don't think there's anything there. Unfortunate. I'm actually a fan. I've mentioned this multiple times. I'm a fan of Chud Logic. I'm sometimes a fan of Queeman. I think they made excellent drama content. And then if I'm not bumping Chud Logic or Queeman before I go to bed, then I'm bumping Nick DiOrio. It's like the perfect, mindless, kind of similar to this content. Let's be real. Like I'm trying to upend this content by showing you the orbits, but it's like the perfect, stupid content where you can just find somebody on the internet that you kind of don't like and just listen to somebody make fun of them for a few hours. It's great to go to sleep to, because it's not so important that you want to. It's important. It's not important. It's entertaining enough to listen to. But it's not so entertaining that if you pass out or fall asleep, you're going to be like, damn, I really wanted to finish that piece of content. It's just great slop. It's great slop. I'm going to put Hunter Avalon in here as a Vosh orbiter, even if it's not technically accurate, because he did have this like weird moment where he left the conservative area and he went onto the Vosh stream a couple of times. And he kind of seemed to be, I don't know, like hanging out with socialists and giga progressives and kind of aping their talking points for a little bit, which I actually think is like how he lost the majority of his audience. He jumped way too far left. If he had shifted to like a centrist or shifted to like liberal, I don't think he would have lost all of his audience. I think it's because he jumped super far left and then kind of moderated a little bit. I think that's why he lost 90%. Sorry, let me pull up the content again.
Teenagers and just young people across the world. Ironically enough, it was like I had taken the real red pill. I found more channels such as Sean and Jen, Contra.
Dude, I hate Xander Hall's sentence right now so much. I cannot explain to you how much I hate this sentence. And it's because of something that Chud Logic said. So Chud Logic said that ultimately at the end of the day, if you look at Western politics, it's all liberal, right? We might be, or some people might be socialist, some people might be fascist, some people might be anarchist, some people might be this, some people might be that. But ultimately, we are all fighting for power within the liberal, democratic, Republican system. And so pretending that just by consuming certain branches of internet content that you are doing politics is insane cope. And I actually agree with him. I think 99% of the energy in Twitch and YouTube politics is wasted. I think it's just consuming different kinds of content. And I don't think it could be better illustrated than what Xander Hall just said, where he was consuming one style of content, which was dissident right-wing content via 4chan, via 8chan, via Minecraft servers, via this, via that. He was consuming one style of content, and then he shifted to consuming a different style of content, which was just like anarcho-socialist, libertarian socialist content. His life didn't change. He wakes up, he eats food, maybe. He goes on stream for 3 or 4 hours. He engages with the internet for another like 8 hours that he's conscious. Then he goes to sleep. Then he wakes up and he does it again. His life has not materially changed, and his impact on the exterior world has not changed. The only reason why I think I can correctly claim like a quote unquote conservative lifestyle is because it takes so much effort to run a family, to be a husband, to not even be a good husband, just to be a husband takes energy. And I have to intentionally pursue being a good husband, being a good father. I like to think I'm a good father. Being a good father takes time, energy, intent, discipline. And so I'm not just working, I'm also taking the money that I earn, and I'm not just consuming a different kind of content. I'm trying to implement my ideology into the real world. I'm trying to live my ideology as aggressively as I can, even though I fail in it constantly. And so that's where, for me, like if you're at home and you're just kind of like a passive internet consumer, I kind of want to challenge you to start living your ideology a bit. If you're a polyamorous, promiscuous person who thinks that everybody should be polyamorous, but you've been single for the past 5 years, number one, I think you're an arsler. But number two, go do it. Go to the club, go date some people, become a part of a polycule, see how it works out. It's probably going to blow up in your face, but at least you would have executed your ideology. If you're a libertarian, you know, we got grassroots, we got patriarch or whatever. If you're a libertarian, then no offense, something that a lot of libertarians argue is that the private market is able to overcome community issues and collective issues. Well, find a collective issue like stray dogs in your community and help solve that problem. Help solve that collective issue through voluntary behavior, so on and so forth. Otherwise, you're just a dickhead consuming content.
Points, Dusty Smith, H Bomber Guy, Claudia Brown, and many more.
Originally going by Pig Puncher, Xander would suck up to a lot of the big breadtubers and
Quick correction to Nick DiOrio. Nick DiOrio was saying that Xander Hall used the pseudonym Pig Puncher because he wanted to say that he was so far left that he would punch cops. I think that's probably true, but Xander Hall's claim is that that was actually a Minecraft reference where he was known for punching pigs to death in Minecraft. I don't know what's true. I don't care what's true. I just wanted to bring up that that's Xander Hall's narrative about his pseudonym.
parrot their talking points. He has an obvious savior complex, thinking that he and his pals are the ones who are going to save America from fascism.
Fuck me.
Though, just like Innuendo Studios, Xander Hall is too retarded to have any meaningful impact. He infamously stored all of his money in his PayPal and Steam account, tweeting out that someone hacked one of them and siphoned all of his money.
Shouldn't your bank be able to intervene in situations like this? I don't know.
Conservative liberalism says, how dare you suggest Hunter Avlon, the person who mindlessly grifted as a conservative, then swung 180 degrees direction, is an idiot. Listen, I want to be nice. Hunter's been nice to me. I want to be nice to him. I actually care about him to some degree on a personal level where I hope he gets his shit together. I think his personal life has taken a huge hit. I want his personal level life to do better. But yeah, I do think that when you're an 18-year-old YouTube content maker, you can hyperbolically go in one political direction. Then you can wake up in your middle to late 20s and be like, huh, I actually don't know shit about fuck. And then you desperately cling to a new ideology looking for like a sense of change and purpose. And that can obviously have really bad effects for your profitability. To be honest, that's kind of why I don't like Dave Smith. People don't like Hunter Avlon because he changed too much too fast without thinking about it. I don't like Dave Smith because he hasn't changed since he was 15.
use a bank. I use PayPal.
What? He doesn't have a debit card or a credit card.
What?
Wait, how does he buy things? Wait, he buys things through PayPal?
Boblox is asking all the real questions here. Maybe this guy has to ask the cashier at the grocery store for a PayPal username to acquire his weekly rations. A couple of months later, he complained about a System32 error corrupting a $6,000 computer, begging his Twitter followers for help. My question is, what does this guy need a 6K PC for? All he does is ramble on stream for 3 hours a day. And the cherry on top? Xanderhall's girlfriend, Lonnie, was using his money to buy meth. She had also been cheating on him with her dealer, both of them getting arrested for having drugs in their car. She'd make a...
Okay. I just want to... I'm not defending Lonnie's honor. I really don't care. I just want to tell you the narrative real quick. So the narrative is that Lonnie, which by the way, you can hear Lonnie in a Destiny conversation. So there was Destiny and Xanderhall were debating about whether or not Destiny should burn the Vosh bridge when they had a falling out where Vosh's community was a part of the mass reporting flagging that got him in trouble with Twitch. And so Destiny was like, hey man, Vosh came out of my community. Vosh came, Vosh and I have had a collaborative relationship for a long time. The fact that he actively tried to screw me over or community members actively tried to screw me over is enough for me to not want to talk to him ever again. And Xanderhall was in the chat arguing about, well, don't burn the bridge. It's good content. Not only is it good content, you guys could be friends, this, that, the other. And Destiny wasn't really having it. Well, Lonnie was jumping into chat and talking smack about Destiny. And so Destiny was like, hey, who's Lonnie in your chat? Because she's an F and XYZ ABC. She can go F herself. And then Xanderhall was like, hey, chill out, bro. Don't talk smack about my girlfriend. And then Destiny kept talking smack and nothing really happened. So that's kind of where, like, if you're going to say don't talk smack about my person, then you kind of need to have like some kind of follow through or ability to have follow through, or if it feels kind of meek or weak. Well, anyways, Lonnie's narrative, Lonnie's perspective is that she started dating Xanderhall. They moved cross country in together. Xanderhall was so obsessed with the stream and so obsessed with everything that he kind of neglected her, didn't pay attention to her, this, that, the other. She was a homemaker. And she was, taking care of their apartment, cleaning stuff up, taking care of their pets, this, that, the other. But realistically, he was so distant that eventually she got a job cleaning houses. And then eventually she kind of like drifted away emotionally, drifted away physically, drifted away, this, that, the other. And then she was doing drugs. I don't know if it was meth, but one of the guys that she was hanging out with after work did get caught with meth. And so she ended up incarcerated. And then Xanderhall found out that she was stealing his money by hiding PayPal transactions. And she had probably stolen thousands of dollars over the course of months. And so when she got incarcerated, he broke up with her, blocked her, stopped talking to her, presumed that she had been disloyal physically with one of the guys that she was hanging out with, and then told her to F herself, and then effectively kicked her out of the apartment. There's probably a few details in there that are wrong, but Lonnie is trying to argue that her theft and her alleged infidelity and her drug use didn't come out of nowhere. It actually came out of months or years of them not being on the same page. Sounds like I have a meaner thing to say, but I'll keep it to myself.
Twit longer, accusing Xanderhall of neglect, along with being a lazy slob who begs his mommy for vapes and weed cartridges. This led to him putting her on full blast, showing off her arrest for all to see. As you can tell, Xanderhall isn't the smartest with his finances.
Kay says, why would you marry somebody with such awful past discernment? I'd run. Number one, she was with that, the ex-boyfriend, the psycho ex-boyfriend. We're talking about Hunter Avalon right now. That girl was with the ex-boyfriend for like 8 years, like loyal to like an abusive ex-boyfriend. And I understand that like people might view that as some kind of like weird traumatic thing, some weird kind of drama thing or whatever. But I view that as like a virtue that has been co-opted for a terrible thing. I view loyalty as like a really high virtue. So the fact that she had that level of virtue to such a psychopath, I think that just probably means that she's a good person. She's probably a kind person. She also put herself physically. She saw her boyfriend walking up to their house with a shotgun, and she put herself physically between Hunter Avalon and her boyfriend. She could have been killed. She could have been cut down with a shotgun. And then Hunter could have been cut down with a shotgun, and both of them would have been dead. She willingly put herself in harm's way to save her partner. You can't buy that kind of loyalty. You can go an entire lifetime looking for a human being that is moral enough and brave enough to do that kind of thing. You could live an entire lifetime with a human being and not realize that they are not that kind of person. And yet she proved herself to be that loyal, that self-sacrificial. She could probably have 10,000 things wrong with her. She could probably be a total trauma case. She could be a total psycho. I still think that those are extremely virtuous characteristics that are worthy of praise, worthy of admiration, and worthy of mutual loyalty. So, yeah, like she could be a total basket case. That wouldn't mean that she didn't demonstrate in two separate directions things that I find morally impressive.
Which has made many question why they should be listening to him for socioeconomic opinions.
Oh, Light of Exer says, I'm proud that all I've ever given is larger donations to either small creators or charity drives. Cool.
Or anything else at this point. I mean, this guy struggles with basic IQ tests.
So it's got to be one with 3 in it. And what pattern are they going into? It's over to the right, down.
Oh, let's see if we can answer this question. Exercise 1.5. I have no idea what's going on. This is like an IQ test. Okay, so we have the direction, the rotation. Okay, so it goes 1, 2, 3. Then it's a repeating pattern 1, 3, 2. 1, 2. I would say it was 3. And I would say that it was a rotation because it seems like they all rotate in direction. Oh, and then it would have to complete the thing. So let's take a look here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, 1, 2. And then what goes here? 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2. Oh, and then it's also 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Maybe it's a 2? Is there a 2 available that's a rotation? That's a 2 that's a rotation. I would go with B. Or weirdly enough, 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2. 1, 3. Damn, I actually hate this question. I don't even hate Xanderhall for getting this wrong. And the rotations of the triangles has to be something too. Because the rotations of the triangles has to be different. So it probably has to be different. So that's down, that's side, that's up. That's side, that's up, that's side. That's down, that's side, that's side. So it either has to be up or down. I'm not going to lie, guys. I would probably go with B. I would either go with like B or F. Or A. I would go with everything except for the side ones. So I actually have no idea. So somebody, y'all could tell me in chat which one's correct. I actually don't begrudge Xanderhall having difficulty with this one. This one's tough.
Then to the left, up, right, down, left.
Oh, hold on. How many ones are there? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And there we need a third. So it's a 3. For me, it's definitely a 3. Oh, and then they probably only repeat once. So this is down, up, down. Oh, no, they repeat that way. Side, side, up. This is side, side. I don't know, bro. I don't know. This question sucks. Somebody tell me in chat. Maybe I'm an arsler.
Left, up 3. F. I'm going really quickly on this one, guys, so...
Yeah, maybe don't be hitting a weed pen during an IQ test. Grassroots for 50 says, have some money. I found it in Xanderhall's PayPal account. Thanks, bro. Thanks.
Wait, is stream dead? Why are people effing? Why are people effing?
Okay, that one was obviously white. This one's obviously white, so we would just have to figure out the direction on it.
Wait, is stream dead? Why are people effing? Why are people effing? Oh, are they saying the answer was F? Because I got it wrong? I don't know how I got that one wrong. Guys, I'm really bad at tests like this, especially under time, especially with 355 people watching me do it.
I know these tests are shit, but hearing all of his different coping methods were hilarious. He blames his low score on a variety of
Thanks, thank Jesus. Apparently I'm your bedtime routine. That's nice.
different shits in order to swerve off the embarrassment.
Oh god, that's not good. That's not a good IQ right there. That's
Oh, nice. Eli is saying that Occupy Democrats has employed him. That's interesting. I mean, I would keep your personal shit going. That way, if you get fired or dismissed or whatever, then you could have your own thing going. So if he threw all of his eggs into Occupy Democrats, I mean, I hope they gave him a stable job, but oh, here you go. Here's Hunter. One day ago, 200,000 views. Okay. Okay. He's not totally lost in the sauce. That's good news. But I would still side hustle your own shit in case you get fired. That's just me.
That's a slightly below average IQ right there. That's about what I expected. Yeah, that's about what I expected. I'm yelling at my mom right now. Hold on. Now I'm depressed. Who sent me that test? I'm permabanning them. Does anyone remember who sent me the test? So I can permaban them? Because now I feel shit about myself. IQ has been severely debunked by every leading psychological theory of intelligence.
Blood123 says, how do communists live their values in values of a communist society? I would say that you need to move into a community. So somebody's asking this question, and I think that this is unironically true. So what communists believe, as far as I understand, is that they want to live in a moneyless, stateless, classless society, but they're trapped in a communist hellscape, right? But the fundamental philosophical statement, and sorry, this is from Bud123, and I think this is a really good question, is from each according to his ability, to each according to his means. And that's like a fundamental communist precept. And so what I would say is, if you think that that is good for all of society, you need to start living that on a micro level. So even if you had a few roommates, let's say that, I don't know, you have a girlfriend. Let's say that you're a communist and you have a girlfriend and she steals money from you and you have an option to prosecute her and throw her in jail or not. I think you need to say, damn, capitalism and drugs really drove her to the edge. I need to help her. Even though she hurt me, I need to help her. I need to help her get where she needs to go. I need to make sure that she's getting educated. I need to make sure that her basic needs are met. I need to make sure that she does this. I need to make sure that she does that. And I need to push her to be a better person every single day and to think communally. That way, if I'm in trouble, she can help me out. And so what I find, though, is that communists will oftentimes argue for from each according to his ability and each according to his means, as long as the state is doing it. But on a personal level, if you ask them to sacrifice some of their hard-earned effort, some of their hard-earned cash, some of their hard-earned social status, they turn into capitalists real quick. They turn into liberals real quick. They're communists on a systemic level. They personally cannot sacrifice a portion of themselves for the whole. And so, yeah, community food banks, community food drives, live in a commune, take care of your roommates, all that bullshit. So, yeah, I think a lot of communists are LARPers.
Intelligence? I know it has, but it still feels like shit. That's true. All an IQ test tells you is how good you are at taking an IQ test. Watch the Adam Ruins Everything episode about it. That's what we'll do.
And by the way, this is like total cope for me because IQ might not be like a predictive thing, but it's a correlative thing. Like, does IQ correlate with good life outcomes? Does IQ correlate with good life outcomes? Yes, IQ is positively correlated with a wide range of good life outcomes, including higher income, greater educational attainment, better physical and mental health, and increased longevity. While IQ is a strong predictor of success for large groups, it's a complex relationship and doesn't guarantee individual outcomes. That's where saying that like IQ has nothing to do with reality. I think that perspective is also incredibly stupid.
After the segments, we're gonna watch the Adam Ruins Everything episode about the IQ test, so I don't feel like shit anymore. Also, I'm starving. If I'd eaten, probably. To be fair.
Yeah, don't starve yourself before you take an IQ test, and also don't smoke weed while taking the IQ test.
I will say this. It has been shown that when you're not hungry, you perform better on tests, and I have not eaten today, and I am starving right now.
I guess his PayPal didn't work at the grocery store that day. He gets pissed at his mommy for
Bill Coffee, hey buddy, good to see you. $20. Glad to be able to watch live to know I got my poly pass, lol. True. Might differ on degrees, but 100% with Connor that poly peoples need to chill, build something stable, and start a family. Arslers just want to be kids forever. Thank you, Phil. You are the one good polycule that I know.
For lying to him about his intelligence, eventually calling her on stream to debate her on it.
Listen, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I took an IQ test and I was in like 4th grade, my mom refused to tell me the answer. She told me it's because my score was really high and I'd like make fun of people for having.
Also, dude, this might be true, but this is not the kind of thing that I would talk about on stream. If I was like, hey guys, I actually think I'm legitimately a dumbass and my mom lied to me about how smart I was, I'm just gonna be real, I wouldn't talk about that on stream. Grassroots $10 says, I actually think if your boyfriend doesn't have a debit card or bank card at 23, it's an affirmative moral good to rob them. Jeez, you get that meth, homegirl, you earned it. Yo. Mean. I might disavow. I probably don't disavow. Yeah, I think you... Listen, man, you can go to a credit union, you can go to a bank, you can figure it out. And especially after this, if you don't have it figured out, you need to figure it out.
Lower score than me. I think it was probably because my fucking score was low, okay?
Yeah, well, QC John says Xander Hall's greatest moment was debating Lauren Southern on a kid's book she wrote and he never read. He was the left tube's strongest soldier that day, lol. Dude, yeah, so listen, man. So there's marketing, right? There's marketing to this job. This job is partially and I'm doing a poor job of it, by the way. Part of the marketing is going out there and mixing it up and throwing elbows with big personalities. So people are like, dang, like that guy was kind of a douchebag, but I want to check out his content real quick. Like, dude, that's how we grow. That's how we've grown this community. That's how the community will probably continue to grow. So I need to be more aggressive about it. But don't debate a topic that you haven't prepared for, man. That's just like an instant L. What are you doing?
But IQ tests are not an accurate measure of...
Lonnie said it wasn't meth. Sorry. I know I'm jumping all over the place and I'm being ADD and we're getting like 5 seconds of content before I interrupt to engage with chat. So I'm sorry to the listening experience for the VOD viewers. However, Jonah Boy says, apparently she had a whole meth lab in the apartment. At least that's what Xander Hall said. That's what Xander Hall said. Lonnie said that it was a distillation for DMT that you can do at home. And Xander Hall is the one who showed her how to distill DMT. But maybe if you're breaking up with your boyfriend, getting evicted from an apartment, maybe if the way that you've gotten groceries over the past 12 months is hiding your boyfriend's PayPal transactions in order to steal enough money to support yourself, maybe if that's going on, maybe consuming methamphetamine and or consuming DMT should not be a high priority. Maybe you should focus on something else. Just personal advice from me to you.
Intelligence, anyway. You lied to me when I was a kid. My IQ is below average. What the fuck? Listen, I took an IQ test on stream and I got a 97. That is my IQ.
Who's smoking pot?
I've smoked weed 3 times and I don't like it.
Since late 2022, Xander Hall has been burning almost every single bridge he's built of other creators, most notably Shoe on Head.
Paul says, everybody said F. The row column needs to be upward in 3 dots. Okay. Listen, guys, I'll take an IQ test off of stream, and then if I do well, I'll bring it back. But I do have a Stanford Benet. From middle school that is 132, and I'm just going to pretend that was correct in perpetuity.
During the Balenciaga controversy, which I've covered in multiple other videos now, Another one of these connections was with Demon Mama, who in July 2024 leaked his Discord DMs of his editor, Cherry. He was withholding payments in fear of going homeless or moving back in with his mom, knowing either way that he'd lose access to weed privileges. Okay, so I think I am fucked. Still no.
You know, the 2 monitors are on the ground right now. I haven't done it. This is the funniest moment, by the way. This is the funniest moment, and I actually think Xander Hall is kind of hilarious in this moment. I do not indict Xander Hall for this. I'll tell you why it's stupid. I'll tell you why I think it's funny.
No money and still does not show as pending in my bank account. Okay, the number was wrong, confirmed. The 4K went to some rando. It has to be stopped. Cherry, ASAP, emergency, fuck, homeless, I am now homeless, Cherry, why, answer now, please, I'm going to be homeless, Cherry, I have never been paid by Progressive Victory before, according to all my bank info, not ever before, Cherry, answer now, I will be homeless starting tomorrow, Cherry, okay, we are buying my plane ticket back to California now. Thank you for completely ghosting me tonight. I'll never forget it. Never. The only way to save me is for Progressive Victory to pay me everything they owe me. I have never received a single payment. Not one. I am fucked. Cherry, answer now. Cherry, you have fucking killed me. They eventually talk, and Cherry complains about Xander Hall not paying her.
Okay, so hold on. Let me tell you why that's funny, and let me tell you why I don't hate Xander Hall for that. So, Cherry's working for him as an editor, whatever, and she's on my mind map. The reason why I think that's funny is because it was like 2 a.m. Okay, and I do blame Xander Hall way more than I blame anybody else. Okay, number one, shouldn't keep your shit in a PayPal. Number two, if somebody was paying you, I don't know what the $4,000 that PV owed Xander Hall. I don't know what the rate at which that is paid, because it does say in the DMs like, oh, they have to pay me everything that they owe me. They've never paid me. Okay. But if you're a broke socialist or a broke communist or whatever, and you're barely making bills, you're barely surviving with your online career, and somebody was paying you $500 a month or $1,000 a month for political consultation, how do you go for 3 or 4 months without noticing that you didn't get paid? How? And the truth is, you probably did notice you weren't getting paid. You just were like, oh, it's some paperwork snafu. I'll figure it out later. Okay. And then when you figure out that it's a paperwork snafu, and you figure out that somebody who over the course of, I don't know, let's say it was $500 a month. So that would be 2 months for $1,000. It would be 8 months. If you have 8 months of back pay, or if you have 4 months of back pay, and you're moving out, why wouldn't that be a super high priority for you to make sure that it was unfucked? And why would you outsource unfucking $4,000 worth of revenue that you're reliant on in order to secure your housing? Why wouldn't that be something that you would double check and triple check? And I think that's like the problem that I have with this scenario is I don't hate Xander Hall. I obviously have my beefs with him. I obviously can criticize his ideology. I obviously criticize the way that he lives his life. But I think the main thing that I criticize him is being a stoner who let everything get out of control and didn't stop and say, I believe in a certain political ideology. My political ideology is okay with the way that I live my life, but my life is a fucking disaster. And really bad shit has happened that was technically within my realm of control. And I've paid terrible consequences for it. Maybe I need to reevaluate not just my personal life, but also my political ideology. And it seems like that hasn't happened. It seems like he's just willing to hold on to something that's not working as it's smashing him into the fucking ground. And that's my biggest criticism of Xander Hall, is he's willing to go down with the ship, and it's a dumb ship. It was a terribly designed ship. That's my biggest issue with Xander Hall. And right here, why do you think I won't pay you? You didn't last month. Okay. So here, Chud Logic is pretty capitalist. He's pretty aggressive about this, where he's saying like, hey, if you can't afford to pay your editor, then you basically need to tell them like, hey, I can't afford to pay you. You need to fuck off and do your own work, but you technically owe those people back pay. I agree with all of that. But I've also had peak and trough months that I've worked out with my editor, Taze Travis. I have not paid Travis what he deserves. I've paid Danabo what he deserves. I have not paid Travis what he deserves. But Travis and I, number one, I think we're boys. I think we're legitimately good friends. Number two, when we peak, I pay him. When we trough, I explain it to him, and he's chill with it. Right? So it is what it is. But I think that's another thing where if you're not communicating with your coworkers about what's going on, that's a huge issue too. And I think it's more indicative of Xander Hall letting shit slide until it explodes.
He challenges her on this and says he's not Keffals. Cherry begs to differ. You talk about wanting people to die a lot. A lot of people need to die, to be honest. I hate all of them, Cherry. I want all of them to die. I would kill
based, by the way.
Kill Keffals in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even shoot her. I'd beat her to death with the gun. You're not in a good mental state. I will kill her. What's her address?
Doge is dead and it failed its job. Yup.
I want it. I want to know where she's at. She's in Ireland. It's not public. Please stop. You're spiraling. Someone has to die for this. I will never be happy until someone has died for this. Ideally Keffals. And Velvet and her fucking orbiters. I have to kill her. Really kill her. Stop her heart. Xand, fucking stop. Calm down. Stop. Stop. Please. Okay. In May, following the release of Innuendo Studios' video, Xander Hall would make a response, basically piggybacking off of it.
Based.
For a TLDR, he's broke, he's starving, and he needs your money now.
Let us move on, but first I gotta update the dono goal to reflect the generous, singular donation we've gotten so far. Thank you for the $5, guys. I appreciate it. Looks like I'm gonna have to make those groceries last this week.
Speaking of which, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Fell Runner, Test Dummy, Grassroots again, Philip Coffee, and Grassroots. Thank you for your super chats and or support. Oh, man. That's a tough one.
All right.
This was 2 hours into the stream, by the way. It took him that long to make $5. At this point, I just quit. But I guess we're not as mentally strong as Xander Hall.
So that is not.
Keep in mind, by the way, most progressive content creators such as myself, and I'm pretty sure Innuendo Studios as well, don't take sponsorships. I've taken one sponsorship ever, and it was because they're the one company that offered to send me a free sample of the product without even agreeing to the sponsorship before I accept.
Okay, here's another objection. I know I'm doing lots of objections during the Xander Hall segment, but I actually do care about this. If Hassan Piker is doing Raid Shadow Legends shit, nobody gives a fudge about 100 viewer or 300 viewer, whatever Xander Hall was at the time. Nobody cares about a 300 viewer taking a sponsorship. Nobody cares. Take the sponsorship, take the money, take the support, take the super chats, take the Oilers, take this, take that. Do whatever you need to do. If Hassan Piker can buy a $2 million house in West Hollywood and drive a $250,000 car as a socialist, you can take a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. It's okay. And then same thing. What is it? The Second Thought? Second Thought is a Marxist-Leninist revolutionary socialist propagandist, and his second channel is test driving supercars. Nobody cares if Raid Shadow Legends pays you $200 for doing a promo code promotion where you shield to your audience to get them to buy into your channel so you could afford groceries this month. Please, for the love of God. They do the "yet you live in society" meme. I'll spread awareness meme. Yet you live in society meme. Lean into that if you're a socialist, okay? I criticize Hassan Piker because it seems like he is not a peasant with a bundle of sticks on his back, although I oftentimes want to call him a bundle of sticks. He is a guy in a castle, okay? And yet he acts like he has no capacity to affect society. So that's my objection to Hassan, is he pretends that he's this guy. Xander Hall is this guy. Okay? Xander Hall is sickly and skinny and probably would have difficulty carrying a bundle of sticks. Xander Hall can take the sponsorship. All right? And then I'll spread awareness meme, or I'll spread the word meme. Oh my God, is this it? Oh no. So the same artist did one where he took the king in the castle who was sitting on gold. It's the same meme format. And the king says we should improve society somewhat. And the people down in the courtyard are like, hey, you have all the money and the wealth. How are you going to help us change society? And then he looks back at his pile of gold and he says, I'll spread awareness. That's Hassan Piker.
We don't do that most of the time. You could argue we should, but trust me, the broader online left would not let us get away with it, and we would take a much bigger hit to our viability as creators in the long run if we did take sponsorship.
I do love Demon Mama, Nick Diorio's, and Chud Logic's reading of that series of messages. I did enjoy it all. And by the way, I wouldn't even shoot her. I would beat her to death with a gun. I think that's hilarious. My wife and I quote that to each other like all the time. We're like, I don't even like that guy. If I had to kill them, I wouldn't even shoot them. I would beat him to death with a gun. My wife and I say that to each other. It's a great quote.
Fundamentally, we have to rely on fan support in order to not come off as
Raycon. People were like, hey, what's the headphones thing? Raycon.
Disingenuous in what we stand for. We are shooting ourselves in the foot when we take easy opportunities to become more financially stable and successful, because to an extent, there is a cultural expectation in the online left that if you're a progressive, you're not exactly rolling in the money, you're not taking easy.
Unless you're Hassan Piker or Second Thought. I need a water refill. I'll be right back. And by the way, you guys are slacking. I caught up with chat. I hope you guys are vibing and having a good time. So, you don't have to be like, oh, Connor, let's talk about Bonnie Blue. I don't want to talk about Bonnie Blue, okay? I'm just saying, I caught you in chat. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you got them, memberships, if you got them, my parasocial, love you. Let's keep it going. I'm probably going to watch, truth be told, today. I think you guys are craving some debate content. So I'm probably going to finish the Xander Hall segment, and then I might watch the Vosh segment. And then after that, we're going to find some debate content. And then another day, I'll do the Keffel segment and the DJ Mule segment. And then we'll find some more debate content. So let's talk about Hunter Avalon. Damn, Patriarch, that's vicious. And for those of you who don't know, that's just because I super sanitized the Hunter Avalon details. Hunter Avalon's divorce is fucking brutal. Oh, let's talk about Hunter Biden. Oh, okay. Well, QC says, we here in the COG do not vibe, good sir. We are the vibe. All right. That's true. All right, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
Easy money payoffs that might be somewhat principally against what you stand for, and I think that's a good thing.
I'm glad you have those principles, Xander Hall. I hope they serve you well when you're living in an alleyway, begging pedestrians for spare change in order to buy more vape cartridges. Just take the established title sponsorship. It's not like you actually have morals, dude. You threaten to kill people over petty gay disagreements. Xander Hall's main contribution to this discussion is to present his schizo conspiracy theories about YouTube's algorithm working against leftist YouTubers. To him, it's not his fault for his content not doing well. It's the platform for not promoting him well enough.
From Yasuke Vermeulen in chat says, have you considered making better content? Must be the viewer's fault. You are clearly a conservative in chat to Concern Troll. And I'll actually use you as an argument before we finish up the segment. Like I said before, you will deal with people like these constantly anytime you try to acknowledge this. The right doesn't want there to be a conversation on the left about the fact that, algorithms objectively work the way they do, and if the left is going to reach a broader audience, then, the audiences have to engage. They want to try and turn your audience against you when you have that conversation by saying, oh, well, why don't you just make better content? Doesn't matter how good the content is. Algorithms work the way they do.
This is something he's doubled down on in a recent stream, claiming that YouTube A/B test for thumbnails has been secretly applied to videos for the past 5 years.
What's going on here? What's going on? Well, I have a theory. If you're a content creator or you watch YouTube, you might have heard of a phrase called A/B testing. A/B testing means you're just testing thing A against thing B, and thing B against thing A, trying to see which of the two.
Okay, realistically, I don't care about the rest of this, which is effectively Xander Hall's having a rough go of it. The A/B testing, I think, is silly. I think you're consistently, as a YouTuber, you're always being A/B tested, in which people are comparing your current content versus your older content. They're seeing how much your current subscribers are engaging with it. They're seeing how much new subscribers are engaging with it. I think you're constantly being algorithmically tested. So anything that was true when Xander Hall was doing better is probably true now. And by the way, guys, like I'm just going to say it. My VOD viewership is not as strong as I want it to be. My live streams are great. We got 100 to 150 people. People are passionate. They're engaged. They have fun. Yeah, some days are better than others, but realistically, I think we have a great live stream environment. The VODs are not where I want them to be because VODs either do really well or they suck shit. And so I have to assume that I'm not as good or as entertaining or as funny as I think I am to VOD viewers. I might not be as good of a streamer as I think I am. So that's why I haven't built in like a super organic, passionate VOD viewer audience. But guess what? That's something that we have to improve over time. It's something that I just have to get. I have to get better and better at the job. Whereas with Xander Hall, if he's only streaming 3 hours a day, 4 to 5 days a week, I have other responsibilities. I have a Star Wars channel. I have a sci-fi channel. I have a 40K channel that brings in revenue. I also side hustle on other shit. So I have other things that bring in money. But to my knowledge, Xander Hall only has the one thing. If he only has the one thing, then he needs to increase streamer hours. He needs to figure out what his live chat likes. He needs to engage in whatever behavior or jokes or memes or community building that his live chat likes. And then he needs to make sure that his VOD viewers show up. And that's it. If that's your whole job, like I have excuses. Somebody said you got to make shorts. If your whole job is one channel, I got 4 channels. If your whole job is one channel, you need to put your whole fucking ass into it. And if you're only doing it 20 to 30 hours a week, you once again, I got to credit Chud Logic, even if he doesn't like me on a personal level. He said, if you put in part-time hours, you can only expect a part-time income. And I think that's true. I think that's true. I think if you want to be a streamer, if you want to be a YouTuber, part-time work is only going to get a part-time income. And if you want a full-time income, you got to put in full-time hours. It's just that simple. Oh, why is the volume off?
Originally going by Irish Laddie, Vosh came from Destiny's community, but he was basically kicked out after sexually harassing an autistic girl named Poppy. Standard behavior for Vosh, though I'm sure Destiny only disavowed him to remove competition and be the only sex pest.
Fashion 40 says, or they can get a job. And by the way, I know Steven doesn't care, but this picture is devastating, okay? Steven doesn't care. But if I had a black friend named Abba, and if I was in an open relationship, and I had painted my hair blue, and my wife was salsa dancing with a black gentleman behind me while I was engaging with stream, this is a devastating photo. This would hurt my feelings. I know Steven doesn't care. I know he doesn't care. But, like, this picture hurts my feelings, and I'm not even in the picture. Oh, man. Brutal. Brutal clip.
DGG. Vosh would go on to emulate.
If ABBA was like, hey, yeah, Melina, let's salsa dance on stream. Or like, hey, Victoria, let's salsa dance on stream. I'd be like, no. Fuck off.
Destiny's content, rivaling him as the internet's biggest debate bro. He would debate anyone on anything. using some of the strangest tactics to win arguments. A favorite of mine being his debate with Ethan Ralph and Flamenco, where he uses a tactical gamer word.
You know who else didn't consider Slavs white back then? Everyone.
You realize they were N-words in the SS.
Dude, thanks, Bud123. I appreciate you. Lauren says, Lauren apparently is our news updater. 2 pardoned January 6 rioters were arrested last week. Andrew Johnson was charged with essay of an 11-year-old. John Banulos was charged with kidnapping and aggravated assault. They are quote-unquote patriots. Thanks for the news update, Lauren. Keep it going.
You can just say news.
Whew. Wow.
Oh,
that's a little bit hot
God.
for me,
Oh,
but-
God. Oh, oi.
Oh, he said the N-word with an ER right there.
Mate. Oh, he said the word. Oh, God.
I got him. I broke his brain.
In another debate with Destiny, they argue about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, where Vosh compares the situation to all the Marvel movies he's seen.
It really depends. Okay, I have to defend Vosh here. Okay, I was hoping that when we were reviewing the Rittenhouse debate, we would get to the segment, but you guys know I like to yap, so I yapped for too long, and we didn't get to it. I think Vosh is being serious for the first half, and then I think he makes a sarcastic comment that everybody thinks is actual and literal, and I think he was making a joke. Check it out.
In the context there and how legitimate the lethal threat is. I do believe that. I think that there's a lot of nuance there. But all I know is I've seen a lot of Marvel movies, and in the part where the good guy gets framed and he turns around and there are a bunch of angry cops and civilians staring at him, he drops the gun and puts his hand up in the air, and he doesn't fucking unleash the fucking Iron Man laser and cut down 300 people who are threatening him implicitly by surrounding him and not allowing him free access out. So,
okay. So this is where I think Vosh is being serious, that there's a moral argument here. Kyle Rittenhouse has an AR-15, and the people who were chasing him down, I don't think were trying to detain him. I think they were trying to kick his ass. But let's say that they all surrounded Kyle Rittenhouse, and they either had him at gunpoint or had him at, like, they were putting their hands in front of him, and they're saying, no, you can't run any further. You need to, turn yourself into law enforcement. And then Kyle Rittenhouse had just gunned them all down. I think that would be morally equivalent to what Vosh is arguing, and I don't think it's analogous to the situation, but I do understand that he's trying to make a real moral argument that just because people are detaining you does not mean that killing them is the morally right thing to do, even if it's in self-defense. Now, here is where I think that he's going to make a sarcastic point, but people are going to take it as serious.
Maybe
well,
that's
in real life, if you spend a lot of time on Live Leaks or Ogrish or any other like gore site, you can see that where one guy throws his hands up and a mob comes up and somebody throws one punch that kills him, and then people cut his intestines out and they drag it over the street. So I mean, like, I don't know. I guess it
typically happens in the United States.
It's not a matter of it typically happening. I mean, like, there have been people that have been killed in these protests and riots so far. And I mean, like, who's to say that you're not going to be the next? Like, I don't know.
I mean, there have been at least 20 Marvel movies. I doubt you can find that many live leak videos of people being killed. So
I think this is sarcastic. Okay. Now, maybe I have autism, or maybe Vosh has autism, and maybe, it's not sarcastic. I do genuinely think that comment is sarcastic, right? That's sarcastic. That I think there's at least 20 Marvel movies, and I don't think I've seen that many gore videos. That's sarcastic. Please, God, somebody in chat say it's sarcastic. Okay, Samson says gotta be. Okay, hopefully. Grasser says, oh God, I miss Destiny. You can technically just watch Destiny, but he's more boring now. He has a banger debate every now and then, but the cost of him not being as much of a sex degenerate is the cost that he's a little bit more dry these days. It is what it is. Do you want Steven to do well as a human being, or do you want Steven to make banger content? Because I think at some days, I think these might be mutually exclusive. I didn't take it as sarcasm. For real? For real? Christian Blair says it's 100% sarcasm. I don't know what you mean by sarcastic. Okay, so what I mean is the statement itself is absurd, okay? And maybe we're realizing that some of us in the chat have autism, okay? The statement itself is absurd that, well, there's at least 20 Marvel movies, as if that's evidence of how you should conduct yourself in real life. And the reason why is because Marvel is clearly fiction. There's a suspension of reality that involves the morality of a movie. Now, that doesn't mean that Marvel doesn't have real commentary on the real world, but it's a fictional setting. The characters can literally do whatever you want them to do. So while it could be used for decent for making like a moral point, it's probably not good about realism. Whereas Steven is saying is if you go onto some website I've never heard of, or if you go onto LiveLeak, which unfortunately is closed, you can watch endless gore videos of people getting killed like justly and getting killed unjustly. And so for me, it feels like Vosh is being sarcastic that he doesn't think that there's that many people who have been videotaped being killed unjustly. I hope you guys are not so autistic that you don't see that. Even if Vosh is so autistic that he was being serious, I hope you guys aren't so autistic that you can't see the potential sarcasm.
Yeah, I'll hinge my bet.
And finally, there's his debate with Vegan Games.
Yeah, I think that was entirely sarcastic.
Where he plays devil's advocate for child pornography.
So, there's pedophiles, right, who buy child pornography. Would you say they should not be held responsible for doing that?
Yes.
Really? Even though they're directly supporting child rape?
Yeah, I think it's hypocritical. If I bought my computer and the silicon in it was farmed in Africa by slaves, if I can do that and that's legal and no one's going to call me out on my shit, then yeah, I have to be consistent in that respect.
Okay, look, I think there's levels to this. So I wouldn't equate buying a computer to buying child pornography. I mean, it's in order to pretty much have a job anymore, you need a computer. So do you really think it's reasonable to equate something like buying something that might cause some amount of cruelty, exploitation in the world that you need for your job just to be able to like not be homeless, to something that you're buying purely for very shallow personal pleasure that causes horrible, irreparable damage to somebody lifelong?
I mean, we can actually like
Wordsmith Andy says, "Joke's on you. I'm not autistic. I'm just R-slurred."
Fishing it out.
You're R-slur maxing.
I don't know how much child pornography goes on the market these days. I haven't exactly checked.
I'm sure you haven't, Vosh. I believe you. He's had many moments like these where he seemingly defends CP and Lolicon, but his excuse has always been to blame it on him being a debate bro. He's saying this stuff to win arguments, not because he likes children.
Zoophile, like drawn stuff, it should be 100% legal. In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take, I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal.
Okay, so this is where I think Rob might say it. He might have already said it, and I just didn't hear it. But I don't think that Vosh, and I'm really not trying to sweep, by the way. He has all his terrible things. But actually, you know what? This is a map moment. Let me explain the map that I have, and let me draw a map real quick. Oh no, I got tree brush. I got tree stuff into my drawing. Let me pull up the Microsoft Paint, okay? So we haven't gotten there all the way yet, and there are some other characters that I'm probably going to add later on. But Destiny is like the main vampire. I think I might have said this previously, but somebody definitely put it in chat where they're like, "Oh, Destiny is like Dracula, where he like bites other people, and then they're like they're sub vampires, and then they create their own covens." And so maybe this is a joke, by the way. If we killed Destiny, then Hassan Piker and Vosh would burst into flames. And then if Hassan Piker and Vosh burst into flames, then all of their sub-vampires would burst into flames as well. Okay? So Destiny obviously helped out Hassan in the beginning of his career, helped out Vosh in the beginning of his career through debates and collaborations and this, that, the other. Vosh has his own orbit, which is Demon Mama, Keffels, Cherry, and Xander Hall. Keffels has imploded. Cherry no longer works in the space, to my knowledge. Xander Hall has imploded and is hanging on by his skin and the skin of his teeth. Demon Mama has quit the scene. Hassan had Bad Bunny, Mike from PA, and Frogan. Mike from PA and Frogan are still here. Oh, Denims. That's who I knew there was somebody else. I need to add Denims real quick. Denims arguably used to be Destiny Orbiter and then became a Hassan Orbiter. And she doesn't actually react to anything. She just kind of sits there with her boobs out and goes, huh. And she makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. So if Denims can be a streamer, I think I can be a streamer. I think I'm a better streamer than Denims. But anyways, maybe I just don't have big enough cans to be a streamer, but that's okay. So, anyways, the point is that. Hold on. Let me do a straight line, I guess. Denim's used to be a Destiny orbiter. Now she's a Hassan orbiter. But anyways, the point is, Mike from PA is still making 6 figures. Denims is making 6 figures, being terrible streamers. Bad Bunny, I think, has quit the scene, but she used to be a Destiny orbiter, now, and I think they dated or hooked up. And now, and then she turned into a Hassan Piker orbiter. Then I think she fell off the scene when she got banned from Twitch. Frogan is still a Hassan orbiter. She probably she ekes out a living, I suppose. So, anyways, this is the orbiter dynamics, and we'll go through. I'll probably create a different video. What would I say? Left tube orbits. I'll leave that. But let's create a new one real quick. So with Vosh, Steven had the whole like incest debate arc, which I still think is cringe and gross, but it's a huge meme in DGG where he's like, demonstrate the harm in incestuous acts such that you can prohibit all incestuous acts. And it's an argumentative strategy effectively to show that I think a lot of people have not carefully considered their arguments. And as a result, they think that they have moral instincts that are just like descriptively correct about the world, but they don't. And they have not thought through why things are bad. I think that was the point of the incest argument. Either that or Destiny's childhood was way more fucked up than I thought that it was. So Vosh's line of argumentation, as far as I know, is that we consume products that have predictable harm to animals and humans. And I think maybe I might need to make this smaller, but I'll leave it big for now. Who cares? Examples. We eat trillions of sapient, maybe not sapient, of sentient creatures every year who have emotions and experience pain. And we enslave other humans for luxury consumer goods like electronics and shoes. And this is just true. Okay, this is just true. Logically, we do this thing. And yet, and I'm going to use, I guess, like CP or whatever. CP is a consumer, I don't even want to say good, consumable item that has predictable harmful effects to humans. Ergo, therefore, if we don't indict people for eating animals / leather products / using slaves, how can we indict people for using or for consuming CP? Ergo, okay, because I think he's arguing for socialism within these things. Let me do that. And then let me do some boxes real quick. Box. 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 And then I'm going to do an overall box for all this stuff. So using this logic, let me do this because capitalism obviously emphasizes cost, sometimes at the ignoring morality. And as a matter of fact, I'll just write that because that's the conclusion. Since capitalism oftentimes sacrifices morality for efficiency, shouldn't we move to a more moral system like socialism, where morality is prioritized over efficiency, so we create a more just world. That's like the entirety of the argument if you accept Vosh doing that. Now, the problem is that he has like a consequentialist analysis. I actually blame Destiny for Vosh's own consequentialism. And so as a result, Vosh ended up consuming lolicon hentai because he couldn't see demonstrable, predictable harm of him engaging in that behavior. Okay? But this is the steelman of Vosh's position. It's, of course, just undermined by him consuming lolicon hentai. Vosh's steelman. All right, anyways. Anybody got any questions or concerns about that one? I think that this is true.
Actual child porn.
Please, right now, uncuck your dumb shit lip-cuck fucking SJW brains and recognize this empirically correct fact that I am about to spit. It is possible.
And you also can't make arguments like this. If you're gonna say that this is all an argument against capitalism, you can't make an argument like this.
For an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship, and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well, that is possible.
We have at some point in our lives been going fucking crazy on some hentai site. And
Connor Can's maxing arc? No.
We've been fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history chat, and we go like, oh, jeez. Oh, boy.
Sacred Snow says, oh my god, this is brutal. Frogan makes enough money not to starve, but doesn't make enough money for Ozempic. Damn you, capitalism. Oh, I'm not even Frogan, and that hurts my feelings. You're calling her broke and not sufficiently wealthy to be vain. Oof.
Boy. Some of these girls looked pretty young. Okay, I don't give a fuck.
And then his porn folder got leaked.
Which Thank Jesus says, you might be a better streamer, but you have you seen Denim's OnlyFans? I mean, I have a girlfriend, but I can imagine. Jeez, Jesus. Wow, Jesus has fallen off in the past 2,000 years. That's kind of brutal.
Just filled with animated sexual depictions of little girls and horses. No matter which way you look at
Keycode says, counterpoints. I know it's such a used frequent question, but how do you recommend start doing YouTube? I'm assuming you can't go live since you don't have an audience. You might be able to just go live. You might be able to go live with 0 subs. My recommendation is start creating the content that you like and figure out if you actually like it. And what I mean by that is I'm an idiot and I like 10 different kinds of content. I like live streaming. I like pre-recorded content. I like essays. I like editing. I like reacts. I like breakdowns. I like all of it. So you might have in your mind's eye a certain kind of content that you want to build, but you might find that you don't like it. There's a reason why most streamers are just streamers. There's a reason why most video essayists are just video essayists. There's a reason why most React people are React people. And there is a reason why most breakdown people are just breakdown people. It's because not only do they find their niche that works for them, but to some degree, they probably enjoy the content. And if you don't enjoy the content, then this job is going to become just like any other job. And that's kind of not the point, right? You want more freedom. You want more financial freedom. You want to make a name for yourself. You want to be respected in the industry. You want to make something that probably outlasts you as a mortal human being. And so the only way to create the content that you picture in your mind is just to start and see if the process is what you think it's cracked up to be. That's the only way. It's the only way.
It's bad. According to his own standards, Vosh is a pedophile.
The thing that bothers me.
Simo says, doesn't Andrew Wilson argue the gay brother argument? Yeah, he does. He stole Destiny's incest argument.
I mean, as people who pretend there's no relationship whatsoever between like drawn lolly shit and actual attraction to children. Because of course there's a relationship between those things. It's ridiculous to pretend otherwise. So they need to be aware of that, if anything.
Are you saying that based on common sense, or is there any evidence of that?
Any evidence of that? You mean, okay, so I've I've had a bunch of links thrown at me by people who are, again, very sussy, trying to argue there's not actually a relationship between instances of child predation and access to like lolicon or whatever.
Somebody said that there's a correlated study. I hate to Google this, but I think I need to. Correlated study on child abuse material consumption versus study on child abuse material consumption. I think it's in Australia. And again, if there's any like spicy things that pop up, I'll exit out. But Australian Institute of Criminology. Somebody told me about this, but I never checked it out. Based on an online panel survey of 13,000 people, this study examines the common demographic characteristics of those who have intentionally viewed the material. Over 0.8% of those surveyed reported they had intentionally viewed CSAM in the past. This is somewhat lower than previous estimates, which have ranged from 2 to 5%. Further analysis based on logistics regressions and predictable probabilities identified 4 key demographic factors associated with consumption. Survey respondents were aged 18 to 34, predicted probability of 1.2%. Were living with disability, predicted probability of 1.5%. Were currently serving or had previously served in the military, 2%. That's weird. Or spoke a language other than English at home, predicted at 2%. Were more likely than others to have intentionally viewed it. Now, that's not what I was looking for. What I was looking for is an increase in antisocial behavior after having consumed it. Because I thought somebody said that there was a correlated study that had come out of Australia. I'll try to research it on my own thing. But the whole point is that, like, even my neuroplasticity argument, which is basically what you do with your brain, you typically will do more of. So do not do bad things with your brain. That's as simple as the argument gets for me.
I would assume there is a correlation between people who really want to believe that and people who are pedophiles. So
yeah, I'd be willing to bet that.
Though his cope is an
Simba says consequentialism is not the justification for lolly lol. I mean, I think I've heard both Steven and Vosh whenever I've made that argument that I'm like, hey, I don't think you should consume this stuff because even if you, let's say that somebody made this argument of like, what if you go up into the attic, you draw your own thing, you consume it, and then you throw it away? What have you harmed? What have you changed? My argument would be that you have altered your brain through normalizing that behavior with yourself. And they're like, okay, well, what if it only happens once? Then I'm like, yeah, I guess you technically shouldn't be incarcerated for engaging in a private behavior that has no effect on the outside world. My point, though, is that whatever you do with your brain is a neural connection that you are reinforcing. Therefore, on the degree of harm, it might be such a small harm that consequentialists can ignore it. I don't ignore it. I think that you should evaluate how you spend your time, how you spend your willpower, how you spend the way that you live on this earth. Everything you do should be evaluated.
Only a few of the images were lolly, and that most of these little girls were in fact not children, but instead short-stacked goblins.
That's also, I don't know if that's a joke or an intentional inaccuracy or an unintentional inaccuracy. Vosh was saying that the build was similar to short stack goblins, which again is like an insane sentence, but that's the internet for ya.
When asked about possibly being a zoophile, he claims he doesn't actually jerk off to horsecock. He wants to be the horse. Though this fell on deaf ears since he's argued in favor of bestiality and admits to letting his pet geckos lick his dick. A couple of months ago, someone alleged that Vosh had sexually inappropriate conversations with a minor, which I can't read here since it could risk this video getting age restricted or taken down. Vosh fans dismiss these Discord—
Oh my god, Lauren, thank you for the news updates, by the way. It was just announced about 15 minutes ago that a federal judge has dismissed the indictments against James Comey and Letitia James. Sorry, guys. This is why I get pissed off at Destiny. I do. Like when we were arguing during the we need to go after MAGA types or whatever, we need to criminally punish them as much as they have attempted to punish us. For me, the court systems are working. Hilmar Abrego Garcia got the correct ruling. It went up to the Supreme Court. It got the correct ruling. This case against Letitia James and James Comey getting dismissed before they even made it to a case. And you have to understand that this hurts MAGA. This hurts MAGA bad. The fact that Donald Trump and the whoever, Pam Bondi, keep trotting out charges against who was it? Cruella DeVille. I forget Cruella DeVille's name, but Cruella DeVille, the Hawaiian girl. Cruella DeVille and Pam Bondi keep saying Obama committed seditious conspiracy against the United States. And he manipulated the Justice Department in order to keep Trump out of office. That's pretty serious. If that's true, Obama should go to prison. How come there aren't any criminal charges against Obama? How come there were criminal charges against Jack Smith, Letitia James, and James Comey, and Letitia Smith and James Comey just got dismissed? Why hasn't Donald Trump proven outcome determinative election fraud for 2020? Now that he's a part of the government again, now that he has all of the power of the world at his fingertips, why does he not have the capacity to prove outcome determinative voter fraud in the 2020 election? These things should, and to some degree do, create cognitive dissonance within the MAGA cultists, where they can line up all of the talking points for why Obama's a traitor, why James Comey's a traitor, why Jack Smith is a traitor, why everybody's a traitor, and yet they cannot even get the court cases in front of a judge or a jury for review. MAGA is hurting itself.
Screenshots is fake until a screen.
So no, I don't accept the fact that Democrats need to be as bad as Republicans in order to win. I reject that.
Recording verified their validity. I'm not surprised if these are real either way, as Vosh has also argued in favor of lowering the age of consent. Due to all these controversies, Vosh has entered a fortress arc.
Bellrunner says, like the stream. True. Like the stream, share it with your friends. Okay, number one, I'm going to do a harder show. Like the stream. It's free. Even if you don't want to hang out with us, even if you're not engaging the content, it's a way to say that you enjoy the fact that I stream every single day and some of my content is good, so you want me to keep doing it, so you're liking it, and it's free. Engage with chat. We got lots of really cool, funny, interesting people in chat, and it's actually like when I don't work, like I'm going to take Thursday and Friday off, to some degree, I'm going to feel like something is missing, because normally for 4 to 5 hours a day, I'm yapping it up with 100 psychos. No offense. But there's lots of funny, interesting, cool people in my chat. Super chats, if you got them, memberships, if you got them. Probably half of the people in here, a quarter of the people in here have donated already at some point within the past couple of weeks. And we also have people who are incredibly generous to the stream. And you know, obviously the stream runs on money. So your financial support is greatly appreciated. So for instance, thank you, Grassroots, for the 20 that he just donated. The courts are not owned in the way partisans think they are. Lawyers do not run on that software. Constitutionalists do not run on that software. I agree. And Donald Trump has not had enough time to infect and destroy the courts the way people think he has. So I'm going to thank Grassroots. Thank you for the oil. Thank you for the 10. Thank you to Philip Coffey for the 20. Thank you to Grassroots for the 50. Thank you to Grassroots again for the 20. Thank you to Test Dummy Human for the 50. I think it's 500 sec. I think it's 50. And thank you to Fell Runner for the 10. I couldn't do this stuff without you guys. I seriously appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for having a good time.
Pretty much not interacting with anyone outside his community. Whenever he tries attacking someone like Ethan Klein, he immediately gets put back in his place by being called a horse-fucking pedophile. Despite this, Vosh's channel is still doing pretty well, averaging 100,000 views per video. Obviously, not at the...
Yeah, and see, that's the thing is, like, Vosh, all in all, he can stay in the Fortress arc, which I think is embarrassing considering the way that a lot of people viewed Vosh, including me, is I did not think he was as good of a debater as Steven. I just didn't. But I did think he was talented enough to create his own orbit. I thought he was charismatic enough. I thought he was funny enough. But it seems like with the Rittenhouse debate, it seems like with the Agua debate, it seems like with a few other debates, he just didn't bring his A game. And as a result, he had really bad debates. Oh, same thing with Sargon of Akkad, by the way. I was like new to Vosh's content when he was taking on Sargon of Akkad. So even though I agreed with Sargon more on political issues, I still wanted to see, I always found him to be like a smug bitch. So I wanted to see Vosh like take it to him and have some good arguments and have a good debate with Sargon. But I felt like he didn't bring his A game again. And so as a result, he didn't have a good showing. But it seems like Vosh had half a dozen bad showings lost his hunger, lost his desire for his debate, realized that he could make just as much money just going into the Fortress arc and being a React Andy. And now, arguably, he's been a React Andy for longer than he was a debater. And I think that's cucked. I think that's pussy shit. I think it's weak. It makes me sad. It feels like with a lot of lefties, they seem to not want to realize their full potential. I think Vosh has effectively abandoned his potential as a creator because he did some cringe things and he had some bad debates. So he doesn't want to take the heat whenever he enters into the public space. Yeah, I think it's weak.
Same level he was at 4 years ago, but still impressive numbers after getting exposed as a freak who jerks off the children. Because of this, Vosh...
Which is, again, I'm not going to defend him. I think that's a little bit hyperbolic, but sure.
Sympathizes with the plight of Innuendo Studios, shouting out his GoFundMe without stating the real reasons this guy is going bankrupt.
A lot of the stuff that I've talked about on this channel...
No, I understand Death Note conceptually. I'm with you. I just don't think that that's affecting our calculations here.
Channel for years are essentially like iterations on information that I first encountered watching some of his alt-right playbook videos. It's a good channel.
True conservative liberalism. No, I'm okay with this. I might be crazy, but from where I'm looking, Vosh abandoned his potential when he engaged in apologia for bestiality and child porn. I agree. I think he's a Beverly Hills artistic, not necessarily autistic, but he's a Beverly Hills artistic fail son. And I know you're going to say, oh, that's funny because considering how successful he is. But I think he's a fail son in the regards that if streaming didn't exist, if the current live stream environment didn't exist, he would be a charismatic guy working in media. That's all he would be. I don't think he has enough charisma. I don't think he has the right look to be a mainstream political pundit. But because live streaming exists, because YouTube exists, he's carved out his little niche. And I do think he abandoned his potential because he got money. And in my opinion, similar to Destiny, he just said, you know what the ultimate good is? Doing whatever I want to do. End of moral analysis. And I think it's lazy. I think it's cringe.
Yeah, go support him through GoFundMe or through his Patreon if you can.
Though deep down, he's hoping Ian doesn't make too much money.
Yeah, the Dankula debate wasn't good either.
Because Vosh obviously doesn't want competition.
Now, was Innuendo Studios mean to me on Twitter at some point? Probably. A lot of people have been. But you know what? I'm willing to be the...
I don't believe that Vosh is actually diagnosed. He can post his medical records to the internet.
Bigger man and say I forgive him. It's good stuff. Ian Danskin deserves so much more than his current...
Key Code says, what's the difference between him and food shops? Vosh has the shame to not advocate for lolicon in public.
Financial situation, if we're actually socialists like we claim to be. Hold on, Gigasad, person who just joined the chat. I saw you a second ago. You said that if Ian Danskin streamed, you would watch him more than me. Ho, ho, ho. Listen, okay? Let's not take solidarity too far. You still have to give me all your money every month. All right? Let's not go overboard.
Vosh, your capitalism is showing. Gotta watch out, man. Karl Marx would be very disappointed in you. Despite having this mindset, Vosh still doesn't understand how Innuendo Studios could be failing. How could this guy be losing money after only putting out 30 minutes worth of content a year?
I just think it's disgraceful that, you know, somebody as talented as Innuendo Studios could be having issues like this. Now, in fairness, I don't think that the man's run his channel much as a business, but I don't think everyone should have to.
Well, if you want to make YouTube your full-time job, yes, you have to. I know you guys are socialist grifters, but if you want to avoid going broke, you actually have to make money. Being a bed blob isn't going to make you a millionaire unless you're Jabba the Hutt. It's like if you ran a small restaurant and only opened it to the public once a month. That's how Innuendo Studios runs his channel. Yet Vosh doesn't see it that way. He thinks Ian's content is incredibly time-consuming to make, despite mostly putting out 5-minute slideshows.
Ranger Nation Dubs. This is an interesting comment to me. I was a Vosh fan who moderated as he found a real political identity. I wonder how many people go that route versus the other way, going more radical from something like Destiny or whatever. Yeah, it bounces back and forth. I think people tend to moderate as they get older. But my question to you is, are you saying that you think Vosh moderated? Or are you saying that you moderated? Because in my opinion, Vosh didn't really moderate. He's still, as far as I know, like a libertarian socialist, a narco-socialist, a narco-communist. He still advocates from those positions. He's still incredibly anti-democrat. He's still incredibly like anti-institutionalist. He's still like as far as I know, he's still incredibly anti-cop, incredibly anti-military, incredibly anti-American, anti-American. I think the only thing that really differentiates him between Hassan Piker and him is the fact that he's not a tanky. He doesn't advocate for a violent revolutionary overthrow of a capitalist liberal government in favor of the socialist one. He's incrementalist in reference to socialism. But I've still heard Vosh advocate for protests, riots, violence, even terrorism. I've heard him advocate for eco-terrorism. So I'm kind of curious if you're saying that Vosh is moderate or if you moderated over time.
When the right-wing grift sphere is basically all like affirmative action for retards. I mean, you can be the most incompetent fail-son in the world.
We lost 20 people and then 20 people came back. So either a bunch of people lost their internet connection or one of your favorite lib streamers went live. You realized that they were going to do something boring and you came back. Fuck all you guys, by the way. Like, I love you. Thank you for being here. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. But you disloyal fucks.
And still like prop yourself up through that.
Oh, damn, Hutch is live. Ah, damn, Hutch is doing something boring. Fuck, I'm gonna go back to Cotter. Oh, Lonerbox is live. Oh, Lonerbox is doing something boring. I'm back. Oh, Destiny's live. Oh, Destiny's doing something boring. I'm back. Yeah, fuck you guys.
And you can be so sharp and so intelligent on the left-wing side, but you also need to be...
Thanks, it's just Avi and Patriarch. I love you more than I love the other kids, okay? You are my favorite kid. Obviously, Grassroots Hegemon is my favorite kid, but Patriarch and it's just Avi. For what you've just said, you are now my favorite kids compared to my other kids.
Lucky and a shrewd businessman, and you need to be like ruthlessly exploiting every mechanism of monetization. And it's like, just why?
Oh, nice. Ranger Nation says I'm a progressive Republican, like the bull moose without the weird race stuff. Awesome, bro. Awesome. Let's be friends.
Is it so stacked against us? And when I say us, I mean us in like the lefty space. Obviously.
Sorry, I'm gonna pause real quick because people are writing funny shit. West Coast Girl says, excuse me, I left because my favorite F1 commentator posted a video, lol. Okay, so do you mean F1 racing or do you mean F1 Savannah Cats? Because this is important. And I'm going to show you guys real quick. So F1 is cool. F1 racing. I'm just going to Google. Everybody already knows what this was. It's basically like if race cars became fighter jets and then they raced on the ground, that would be F1 racing. I always thought F1 racing was way more interesting than NASCAR. So if you're talking about F1 racing, that's based, okay? Now, if you're super into Savannah Cats, a Savannah Cat is a serval, which is a wild cat mixed with a domestic short hair. And so as a result, you get a domestic short hair cat with the patterning of a serval, which is a wild cat. This is a serval, by the way. And they're 30 pounds. They like water. They can jump 9 feet high. And if I ever succeed as a creator to the point that I'm making like 6 figures and change, where not only am I paying my bills, but I'm also doing an annual like disaster relief thing, and I still have money left over at the end of the year, I might get an F1 Savannah Cat. So West Coast Girl, please share with me and with the chat. What are you talking about?
Well, I've gotten very lucky, but I am absolutely the outlier.
Oh, Short was like, oh, wow, that's exactly what I do. Fuck you, Short.
Aw, man, why do we have to put effort into our content? Can't we just get free money? How come these right-wingers are financially destroying us?
All right. So we're going to wrap that segment there. We'll go find some debate content. And what I would say is I do want to watch the Keffel segment because I think it's so funny. I do want to watch the DJ Mule segment because it's so funny. Maybe next stream, if we blaze through that, I'll watch the Noah Samson segment. But in summary, a lot of people have taken huge hits out of Breadtube that were kind of deserved. And I experienced like a decent amount of schadenfreude for them taking their hits. And this is one of the hits that Vosh took before I move into my other drawing, which is he made arguments that Lolicon and or CP might be as moral equivalent to engaging in slavery or as morally equivalent as like consuming animals. I think the counter argument there from Vegan Gains that just immediately destroys Vosh's logic is that consuming animals is arguably necessary for the human species. It might not technically, like you can be vegan. Of course, Vegan Gains would argue that, but I think that we're an omnivorous species. We're not unique in the animal kingdom that we consume animals. So meat is arguably necessary for human civilization. Whereas like a computer is also arguably necessary for human civilization because it's such a common computer good that if you mine silica in Africa, we still need that silicone. We still need that lithium. We still need that, this, that, the other. Okay. Whereas consuming it to, Lolicon, CP, whatever, that's a consumer good that really doesn't have any good effects for humanity or human civilization. It actually probably has a bunch of negative effects. So comparing them in those degrees doesn't make sense. I think it's a stupid argument. I think that's why Vosh has moved off of it, is because not only is it unoptical as fuck, but it's also stupid as shit. Now, the steelman of Vosh's perspective is that since capitalism often sacrifices morality for efficiency, shouldn't we move on to a more moral system like socialism, which prioritizes morality over efficiency so we create a more just world? That's the steelman of Vosh's perspective. I still think it's stupid, but it's stupid for different reasons I won't get in here. Now, the other drawing that I made as a result of this little drama stream that we just did is here. And it's effectively the orbits, where Destiny, we can blame to some degree for actually birthing Hassan and Vosh's careers, where they were considered orbiters at one time of Destiny, and they were able to leapfrog into their own stuff. And Hassan was probably going to succeed. Let's be real. His uncle was probably going to support him through it financially, and then eventually he would be successful. But Destiny jump-started his career. And he created his own orbit with Bad Bunny, who quit the space, Mike from PA, who is still leeching off of Hassan, Denims, who is still leeching off of Hassan, and Frogan, who's still leeching off of Hassan. So this part of the left tube, bread tube sphere has not collapsed, except for Kira Chats or Bad Bunny. And that's because she was fed posting on Twitch, and 90% of her revenue was from Twitch, and she got banned. That's why she's gone. I actually don't think it's because she's done anything personally embarrassing. Although she's done plenty of things that are personally embarrassing, I think she actually just lost her source of revenue. Whereas with Vosh, what's happened is Keffel's imploded. We didn't get to it today, but Keffel's did a GoFundMe that she probably misspent and misallocated shitloads of the funds. And so she's gone, quit as far as I know. Xander Hall is clinging on for dear life, barely making enough money in order to pay bills. Cherry was their editor that was referenced in some of this drama. And then Demon Mama had a personal drama where in her polycule, one of her partners had engaged with an underage person where they were sharing pornography with each other. And I think as a result of not really making that much money as a content creator, and also as a result of the public embarrassment of the polycule getting attacked online, she was like, fuck this, it's not worth it anymore. And she quit. And then Vosh realistically could have saved his orbit if he wanted to. If he wanted to make amends with Xander Hall, raid into Xander Hall on occasion, he could save Xander Hall's career. He probably could have raided into Keffel's and saved Keffel's career. He probably could have raided into Demon Mama and saved Demon Mama's career, but he didn't. He's kind of selfish. He just shows up. He streams for 3 or 4 hours. He creates a couple of drama segments that are half-assed. He takes the 200,000 views off of the video, and he does not pass go. He just let his orbit collapse. And then finally with Innuendo Studios, which is how we kicked it off, he was a video essayist who did 2 hours worth of work, which realistically is maybe 60 days worth of effort. He put in 60 days of effort over the past 2 years. So frankly, if you're a far lefty, I don't know why you're not embarrassed by this. Like, if you were like a socialist and these people were your best advocates, these people were your best friends, these people were your daily viewerships, I don't know why you're not embarrassed that Hassan Piker is a terrorist apologizing piece of shit. Bad Bunny nuked her career by Fed posting. Mike from PA sucks. Denim sucks. Frogan sucks. And then Vosh's orbit collapsed because he didn't give a fuck about it. So, and then Hunter Avalon almost got murdered. That was the other thing that we went over today. But anyways, I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. What I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to check in with the super chat that we just got. Oh, it was Pisco. Pisco, you butt fucking son of a bitch. It was Pisco. All right, now I know who you traitorous fucks are. It's people who overlap with Pisco. I got you. I know your number now. So anyways, yeah, why not? Trump's piggy jibe, Nick Fuentes, Obama, and more. Pierce Morgan. So, in my opinion, I have not.
Turning now to some of the other big questions
come out recently. I would be happy to do the Pierce Morgan segment, and I think that's a little bit more fresh. The other one that I kind of wanted to watch, but I didn't watch, was the Andrew Wilson, Naima, whatever her name is, one. So I'm gonna put it up to chat for what we do for debate. But this one, Naima. I would watch the Naima debate, but whatever podcast debates between Andrew Wilson and something else give me a huge headache. They actually just give me a headache after a while. So I would actually prefer the Pierce Morgan segment. And then checking in with Destiny. Destiny is an easy way to get decent VOD views, but I already gave you guys the content. Because I debated Destiny alongside Prime Kai and Staxiums. And so I really probably wouldn't want to do a debate review of this because I already made the arguments. I don't care. We already watched the Virginia Tech one. We already talked about the Lauren De Laguna thing. I watched this on my own time. That's just about the lawsuit. Trump knew about the girls. That's just Epstein coverage. So yeah, so that's kind of my world. So you guys tell me. I would lean towards Pierce Morgan, but you guys tell me. Oh, does Pisco have content? Pisco's also, in my opinion, Pisco's a good debater who also makes good debate content. So I'll just check Pisco's page real quick. Pisco. Sorry, what's this? The Menace cinematic trailer. No, I'm not going to look at that. I love Menace. It's a real-time strategy game. And the trailer for it is amazing, but it's not that content. So Pisco's last debate on the videos is me. One of them is a classic debate with Rob Knorr. We did check out the panel between him and the lawyers, but that took a really long time to boil up. And then everything else is live stream VODs. So realistically for me, it's pretty much Pierce Morgan. You guys tell me what you want to do, though. Let me scroll up. Let me thank the people who have super chatted. And let me scroll up a little bit and get the answer to the F1 question, because that was funny. See, and just Avi has the right attitude. If Connor's being boring, I'll simply zone out for a bit. Perfect. Get wrecked. This is where it's at. Countercourt. True. Well, QC John says, ironically, my moderation happened with the alt-right of 2015 when it was supposed to be just an actual alternative right, not evangelical, more libertarian. When it became racist, I noped out. Me too. That's what happened to me. I was a part of the Jordan Peterson crew until people were like, no, we're actually racist and we hate our neighbors. And I was like, fuck you. Unork says, I'm so loyal. I listen while I'm pooping. Based. West Coast is F1 racing. Well, that's not as interesting. Can we get 30 more likes in chat? True. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. Ranger says, I probably left because I just came into the office and got on the work computer, laughed my ass off. Okay, no problems. We won't hate on you, Mr. Ranger. West Coast says, the double McLaren disqualification was wild this Saturday. Huge for me as a diehard Max Verstappen fan. My brother got me into McLarens because he said, hey, I'm not even into cars. My older brother, who has autism, definitely has autism, not like fun autism, like actual autism. He's a rocket scientist, and he was huge into Gran Turismo, massive into Gran Turismo. And this was probably in the thousands. So he was like, hey, there's a McLaren. And by the way, I'm totally going to mess up the stats, but there's a supercar called a McLaren that has 1,200 horsepower that can go like 300 miles an hour. I don't know actual McLaren stats, but even though I'm not a car guy, that sounded cool. And then same thing with the GT40, like the Ford versus Ferrari movie. I've mentioned this before. I think it's a cool movie. I'm not a car guy, but I think that Ford versus Ferrari, talking about the technical aspects, talking about the balances of the different parts that they need to figure out, talking about the technical challenges in order to get something to go that fast and not fall apart. I think it's cool. It's not for me, but it's cool. Ali says, you're more Arab than you think, Connor. Guy wants a tiger as a pet. True. Hi, Ali, by the way. Miss you, buddy. I was being Islamophobic the other day, and I was just waiting for you to pop in a chat and yell at me, and you just never did. Conservative liberalism says, my dogs wouldn't know how to handle a Savannah cat. We adopted a cat last week, and she's already comfortable enough to attack both of them. That's base. Watch the Hassan trigonometry convo, says Ali, but I hate that motherfucker. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow, but earlier today I was saying that Hassan bores the fuck out of me, so I don't want to subject myself to the psychic damage. If chat legitimately thinks that the Hassan Piker trigonometry thing is better than a Pierce Morgan, Andrew Wilson debate, then I'll go watch it. But realistically, I would probably say that for tomorrow morning. AKA Batusai for 20 bucks says, Merry Thanksgiving. Thank you, King. Thank you. I'm a big fan of F1. Max is going to trash these McLarens. Excellent. And then Ranger says, ironically, the failure of Breadtube in the far left is her principle against hierarchies and inability to collaborate. It's the reason it fell apart. I agree with you. That's why I'm not a leftist. Thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you to Ranger Nation Dubs. Thank you to AKA Badisai. Thank you to Grassroots Hegemon for always oiling. Thank you to Philip Coffey for the 20. Thank you to Grassroots for the 50. Thank you to Test Dummy Human for the 50. And thank you to Fell Runner for the 10. I could not do this without you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me scroll real quick. So somebody says, Fell Runner says, skip Andrew, it's the holidays. Ranger Nation says, Andrew in his orbit actually makes it hard for me to watch the stream. They make the persistent depressive disorder worse, laugh my ass off. Okay, maybe we do Hassan. I don't know. Shall we talk about the new X feature of the countries? I mean, we could. It's based. West Coast Girl says, what a time to mistype my favorite name. I'm dumb, lol. It's all good. It's all good. All right, well, I'm gonna make it executive and I'm gonna pass it back to you. Andrew Wilson on Pierce Morgan talking about Fuentes and MAGA collapse, or Hassan Piker on trigonometry. I think that weirdly enough, Andrew Wilson, we would probably keep more of a live chat and keep more viewers, because even though you guys hate it, it's more spicy. I think with Hassan Piker, we will lose some viewers because I think Hassan is boring as fuck. But that being said, I hate Hassan so much that might be entertaining for you guys who remain. Project Socio says, I'll pop in tomorrow in chat. I want to talk about the Christian nationalists that came to Dearborn. Okay, absolutely. Test Dummy Human for 100 sec. Thank you. Go for Pierce, or if Pisco got something fun, Andrew is always the same shit. Okay, I think that's actually weirdly enough, even though you said go for Pierce Morgan, Andrew Wilson's on there. So I think you're actually voting for Hassan. Wow Man says the trigonometry debate on liberalism versus conservatism is unironically 1500 IQ. Who was the person on that one? Game for Kids says, I vote for Andrew. I don't want to watch Hassan versus trigonometry for the third time. I watched it myself and then on Destiny last night. Okay, well, that's an Oilers, so we might need to do Andrew. About to lose a bunch more viewers, lol. Yeah, it's okay. I'll do Pierce Morgan. I love Games Are for Kids. I think Games Are for Kids is anonymous chatter. Correct me if I'm wrong. And he's an Oiler, so I'm going to go with Pierce Morgan. And hopefully Pierce Morgan, by the way, hopefully the Pierce Morgan segment, Andrew Wilson is muted because he has there's 3 other panelists. And so as a result, he won't be as dominant as he normally is. Hopefully that's what happens. So let me do an intro and let's get cracking. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. We're going to be watching Mr. Andrew Wilson on Pierce Morgan debating a bunch of other people about Donald Trump calling a press reporter Piggy. Now, the woman's name was allegedly Peggy, so it could have been a misspeak, but it sounds like Piggy. So Donald Trump calling a woman a pig is kind of fucked up. And then, not sorry for using the F-bomb so quickly. This is a family show after all. But then not just that, it's also probing about Nick Fuentes. So I want to check this out. I want to break it down. We'll be pausing intermittently. Thank you for being here. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you, and thank you for being here. Let's go.
Questions which have roiled our viewers all week.
I fucking won. I defeated the cancellation. I defeated the blacklisting and the censorship. I'm the #1 political streamer in America. Oh, now they want to talk to me.
It's good pleasure.
I wanted to talk to you while you were canceled, bro.
Getting to know you, and I hope you will be there for the rest of my life. I hope you'll let my French be one of the things that you're learning how to let in.
Let me explain
What was that?
something to white people. Our hair comes out of our head naturally in a curly pattern. So when we're straightening it to follow your beauty standards, we are trapped because we're trying to keep our hair straight for y'all.
Nobody gives a shit. Listen. I'm sorry. I think that maybe it's a generational thing. I have no idea. I could not give a shit less if African women wore wigs. Okay. Now, African American women, if you want an afro, go for it. Isn't it beautiful? Okay, sorry. There's this Black Revolutionary. It's a clip, and I do think it's funny. Black afro clip. Isn't it beautiful? There's this like really pretty chick in the 60s or 70s, and she has an afro. 1970s, isn't it beautiful? Afro. Damn. I forget who it is. But there's a clip of this black woman, and she's really pretty, by the way. So I'm not trying to demean her, but she was kind of light-skinned. And let's just check out Afro Sheen real quick. Listen, black ladies. If this chick was doing this in the 1970s, where she was growing out her afro on purpose, y'all can do it now. Nobody cares. Do your thing. Maybe some rednecks won't want to date you. Okay, maybe you'll have a little bit less dating because some people don't like the afro. But listen, if you want to grow, Michelle Obama, you have my personal permission to grow out an afro. Okay, go for it. Nobody cares. Now, do I think that this is prettier? Sure. Do I think like straight hair or long hair is prettier? Yeah. I'm also European. I was raised with that as like a normal beauty standard. So sorry that like, you know, you live in a European dominated society, but do your thing, girl. What the fuck?
This is the end of the Trump administration. This is the beginning of the lame duck presidency.
Turning now to some of the other big questions which have roiled our viewers all week. Does everybody need to be educated about black beauty? Michelle Obama says yes.
Ooh, James Orr or Stephen Hicks. Okay. Wow, man. Remind me of that. I'll write it down.
Cheers Nicki Minaj for backing Trump on Nigeria's Christians. Do we care what celebrities think again now? Tom Cruise finally gets an Oscar as either go-to movie stars, and after Piggygate, is the US president sexist or just rude? More importantly, is he losing the manosphere? Tim Dillon says it's over.
Let's look at Trump here. And I do think, unfortunately, this kind of is the end of, and I say unfortunately, not because I care, truly, but I say unfortunately because it seems to not be doing anything good for anyone. This is the end of the Trump administration. This is the beginning of the lame duck presidency.
Well, join me to debate all this are Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, Isabel Brown.
Yeah, if Cassie Dillon had dated Nick Fuentes, we could have been saved a lot of pain. That's absolutely true.
Host of the Daily Wire's Isabel Brown Show, the lawyer and commentator Paula Roan Adrian, and Brian Shapiro, host of Pushing the Limits. Well, welcome.
Yeah, Ali says that there used to be standards saying that African-American hair was not professional. I'll have to think about that because in the military, right, women with straight hair, they can grow their hair out, put it into a bun. So black women probably do either wear wigs or shave their heads or whatever. What level of afro should a black woman be allowed to have in the military? I don't know. I'll have to think on that.
Welcome to all of you. A perfect panel to dissect all this stuff. Let's start. Andrew Wilson, is it over for Trump? Has he lost the manosphere, the broligarchy, and is that therefore the tipping point for the beginning?
Yeah, Ranger Nation and somebody else brought this up. Yeah, I can say that. I think we should move to a standard where if black women either shave their heads or have a small afro, that should be viewed as professional, and it should be acceptable for like private schools as well. I hear you. I hear you.
Beginning at the end.
No, he hasn't lost it. The thing is unless Trump, the main thing Trump needs to focus on is mass migration. That's what people put him in office for. That's what people want to see. They want to see him address that singular issue, especially the younger voters, especially the younger men. Until he does that, he's going to always be slipping in polls with them, and he's going to be slipping in polls with his base, period. That's what he's there to do. So Tim Dillon's point that he's making here, he says, look, he's losing support for younger men. That is true. He does need to address the mass migration issue. That's the issue of the time, and that's what people put him there for.
Yeah, Brian Shapiro, I mean, on immigration, many would say that what he's done on the southern border has been a big success. They would agree broadly with the principle of deporting undocumented people in the United States who commit other crimes, separate to their visa status. Where the big flashpoint has been over just rounding up people who are undocumented and either threatening or deporting them. But, you know, I would say his base have been quite happy largely with what he's done there. One of the big things that's become a stick to beat him with is this whole issue of transparency, be it on the Epstein files, be it on, you know, the JFK files, be it on the murder of Charlie Kirk, you know, all these things. There's become a sort of running sore of a lot of MAGA people saying we're not getting the full transparency we were sure we get on all this stuff. How damaging has that been, do you think?
I think it's extremely damaging, Pierce. The idea that this is the most transparent president and administration in years is absolutely absurd. They campaigned on it. Donald Trump and so many of his supporters released the Epstein files. We saw what they did with Jack Posobiec and so many other.
Dude, unfortunately, I've seen Shapiro get like mollywopped. I love the word mollywopped, by the way. I've seen Shapiro get mollywopped like 2 or 3 times now. This guy has the right talking points, but he doesn't do any fucking research. And it actually kind of pisses me off because he has like a super confident position, like Trump with the sexual assaults, or he'll have there was another one that he took a really confident position. Oh, Trump's a felon. And then they ask him the details of it, and he's a political commentator, man, and he does not know shit about fuck. Like I know some of you might even be fans of this guy, but dude, I hate to say it, like I'm full time, man. Like I've been working at this since April. You know, we got Oilers, we're doing good. You know, the channels are doing good. I'm not trying to complain. But this dude is supposed to, at least what my chat said, is this guy has like a huge radio show out of Las Vegas. He's been a political commentator for a while. This is his job. He's not doing side hustles on top of this shit. This is all he fucking does. And he probably gets paid really well to do it. So if you're getting paid really well to do it, then you need to do a little bit of research so you don't get mollywopped. I'm going to use that term as many times as possible. So you don't get mollywopped in debates. You look like an asshole. The fuck?
Trump supporters out there in DC with the binders. We know what.
Yeah, the military is going to court-martial Mark Kelly. Well, luckily, I think Mark Kelly is not financially reliant on it. And also, I think he'll be able to appeal the court-martial. That could be a huge black eye. Now, for me, Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly is the... Sorry, real quick. Let me catch up people up. So Mark Kelly... Oh my God, I hope that's my 3D printer telling me that it's done with the job. That would be awesome. Mark Kelly is a senator who came out on a video encouraging the United States military to only follow lawful and constitutional orders. And the military, or I guess Pete Hegseth now, and Donald Trump said that it was like sedition. Now, the good news is Mark Kelly is probably not financially reliant on his military service in order to pay bills. He's already a senator. He's already an astronaut. He probably has gotten speaking deals. He's probably financially well off. So if he loses his VA disability, or if he loses his retirement, it's not going to kill him. That's the good news about that. The good news is also that he can probably appeal the court-martial. And I think on grounds, Pete Hegseth and the Secretary of Defense and the Department of War, I guess, they might actually lose. They might actually lose in a court-martial, because in a court-martial, he has the right to a defense. And I think he said, not only do I think everything he said is defensible through the First Amendment, I think everything is defensible within even a military tribunal, I think is defensible. Now, the thing about that is Pete Hegseth might be able to lean on the generals who are a part of the military tribunal so hard that they might actually find him guilty anyways and strip him of his titles and his rank and his retirement. But that also could be like, in my opinion, if they went to court-martial, if Mark Kelly appealed it, and if the tribunal found in his favor, that would be one of the proudest moments I would be so proud of America. I would be so proud of America that you could have the President of the United States and the Secretary of War leaning on people's careers in order to reach an unjust verdict, and then have those people tell the Secretary of War and tell the President of the United States to go fuck themselves. I would celebrate. I would be proud. So God bless Mark Kelly. I don't like his gun control stances. I don't like Gabby Gifford's gun control stances, but maybe if I got shot in the head, I'd be a gun control advocate too. I don't know. But anyways, God bless them. God bless their family.
What Pam Bondi said, now every single time a reporter asks him about it, he attacks them, or they're Miss Piggy. He's unraveling by the day. We all know why Donald Trump doesn't want anybody talking about the Epstein files. We know why. Because he's all over them and he has something to hide. The entire administration has been hiding this for him. Pam Bondi, including Kash Patel, who was asked under oath 7 times, did you tell Pam Bondi that Trump is in the Epstein files? Couldn't even answer the question. So the idea that this administration...
Yeah, exactly. Sacred Snow. Shapiro comes off as the average DGGer, has nearly all the facts, but can't put them off the top of his head. I don't even know if I agree with that. Maybe the average DGGer is like that. I would say that, well, maybe it is. Maybe it's exactly what you said. They know all the facts, but they can't put it together. Yes. I rescind my previous statement. You are correct.
Administration is transparent is like saying that the earth is flat, Pierce.
All right, Isabel, I saw you putting expressions that suggest you didn't entirely agree with that thesis. So your response?
Well, of course, transparency should be important to every American of every background, and we should be fighting for that in any presidential administration. Those of us who have been paying attention for years.
Oh, dude, I hate this chick, and she is not ready for online politics. I think she was in a debate with Steven, and Steven made her like visibly open her mouth. Like, it was awesome. This chick is not ready. She is not ready for online politics. She seems astroturfed like a motherfucker. Sorry, I'm not trying to like degrade her, but she needs like a decade of online political seasoning before she's going to be ready to throw elbows.
Putting expressions that suggest you didn't entirely agree with that thesis. So your response?
Well, of course, transparency should be important to every American of every background, and we should be fighting
Let's begin the sweeping for pedophilia. Let's go.
for that in any presidential administration. Those of us who have been paying attention for years, Piers, were asking, where the heck is the president of the United States?
Yes, wow, man, 542. This is her.
It's at 2:00 p.m. every day under the Biden admin, when seemingly he went to the residence to take a nap and called a lid on the media almost every single day in the press briefing room. So
that's what I wanted Biden to do. I wanted Biden to every single day go for a 2-hour nap. That's what I wanted Biden to do.
Regardless of where you fall in the political spectrum, it's something important to fight for. But the suggestion that President Trump is somehow unraveling before our very eyes, I think is really shallow and very silly. What's interesting to me is people are noting a dip in an approval rating among the Trump administration, specifically zooming in on young people. And from my perspective, I think we're really missing the mark on why that dip in approval rating is happening. It's not because young people are abandoning the cause of MAGA or being America first or suddenly jumping ship to embrace the Zoran Mamdanis and radical socialists of the world.
I mean, that's what Zoran said. That's what Trump said. Zoran said that oftentimes some of his voters would walk up and greet him, and they would say that they were Trump voters based off of economic populism. So I would not be surprised if Mamdani and Trump were exaggerating the truth in order to exaggerate their own political positions. However, economic populism is a lot more popular, particularly with the youths, than this lady might want to admit.
Rather, I would argue, I think young people are frustrated because the administration hasn't yet been conservative enough with the expectation of governance on offense that young people resoundingly voted returning President Trump to the Oval Office. People are looking for an immigration moratorium, giving H-1B visa job opportunities to American citizens. We're looking for more mass deportations. We're looking for the ability to buy a home so that we can revive the American family again. And we are seeing the baby steps to get there start happening at the White House, but we're looking for a full court press ahead, not just baby steps.
And Paula, before I come to you,
she's right.
I just want to ask,
Andrew,
I just want to ask Andrew specifically, actually.
She's right. It's not about transparency. Listen, man, I do agree that a lot of MAGA, when I hear them talking smack about the Trump administration, it is about affordability. It is about grocery prices. It is about gasoline prices. It is about all that kind of stuff. So I understand that economic populism is definitely probably their primary concern. I would say that's their primary concern. Maybe it's because I'm a never Trump guy. But what's so funny when I argue with these people online is pressing them about Epstein. It's one of the funniest things, man, because they have to put themselves into knots in order to justify why the Trump administration is sweeping for the Epstein files. They have to twist themselves in a knot. So I agree that they're probably motivated by economics, but I do think they get stomped in the marketplace of ideas over Epstein. So,
About Nick Fuentes' role in all this, because he is gathering a lot of momentum, indisputably, capitalizing on all this. How significant is he in this ongoing debate?
I mean, he's really significant, and that's the truth. And I'll point something out that is also true. TPUSA moved a lot more towards the positions of Nick Fuentes than Nick Fuentes moved towards the positions of TPUSA, and that's a fact. That's an uncontroversial fact at this point. Now, do I agree with everything that Nick says? No, I don't need to. He doesn't agree with everything I say either. But he is right about this. Until this administration addresses mass migration, the issue of our time, and the issue of the people in the UK, their time as well, he's going to continue to be more unpopular and move down in the polls. It's not about transparency or the Epstein files. She's absolutely right. It's about conservative.
Wait, Patriarch says, God, I love the H-1B visa restrictions. Hold on. Patriarch, you're one of our Oilers. Do you like them because you're in a critical industry that restricts migration, and then as a result, your wages and wage pressure is going up because there's less competition? Because you oil the chat a healthy chunk. So are you saying that you're excited about less economic competition in your industry? What? All right, and then hold on. I need to point this out, okay? I agree with Andrew descriptively that mass migration is going to make anti-immigrant sentiment popular, particularly in the right wing, and that Nick Fuentes, especially if it continues to go unaddressed, he's going to not only remain popular, he's going to increase in popularity. I'm okay with that as a descriptive claim. However, I think that Nick Fuentes' solutions are stupid as fuck. And so how do you deal with the fact that fertility has dropped so drastically? The people who are most concerned with this have created policies that have not increased the fertility rate. Like the increases in fertility rate in places like Hungary and Poland, where they obsess about this, is marginal at best. And then how do you deal with the fact that our economic models are predicated on economic growth? Now, you can just say countries are countries and we'll just accept a certain amount of economic pain in order to maintain our current demographics. And if, we might need to look at more economic models. But looking at different economic models like UBI, or looking at different economic models like socialism, that's infinitely more extreme and kind of fucking insane than anything that I've ever said. What I've said is control the border and vet the people who are coming into the country. I've never said, yeah, sure, let's collapse our entire economic models and move to socialism because we want white neighbors. That's fucking crazy. Anyways.
Of issues. And we need to see Trump take a more conservative approach to the things that we want. That's what we want.
Okay, Paula, thank you for your patience. Welcome back to Uncensored. This whole thing about immigration has been raging now as a debate in America, in the United Kingdom, across Europe. Clearly, there are a lot of issues.
Bellrunner, I don't know if this is sarcastic. Trump admin ordered the release of the files. What's the issue? Well, they could release them unredacted at any point, so that statement doesn't feel true. Number two, they're probably using DOJ investigations into Democrats to sweep for their people, and we don't know how the past legislation that made it through the Senate and made it through the House, we don't know how that's actually going to be executed. That's the problem.
About the way governments around the world have handled the issue of immigration, particularly mass migration of millions and millions of people across the continent of Europe, never mind anything else. It's been nearly 10 million people have come across in the last few years. And we had 10 million people entering the US illegally in the Biden administration. And that may be a conservative estimate. These things are causing a lot of anger amongst people who are in countries legally, who do all the paperwork. I've repeated this many times, but it's worth mentioning again. For me to own a home in America and to work there, I go through a very laborious process every 3 years or so to renew.
What's the birth rate in UAE and Qatar? I'm sure it's higher than the West, but I'm also sure it's dropping. UAE birth rate 10. Holy shit. Good God. That's a lot. Qatari birth rate. God damn. 10? Ooh. That is bananas. You're saying it dropped, but it's 10? What was it in the 60s? 47? It was 47? What is happening? What is happening? Oh my God. No. This can't be. Oh, that's crude birth rate. Okay. Sorry. No. That's crude birth weight. Okay, 9. Oh man. Oh my God. I thought each woman was having an average of 10 kids. Oh my God. Misinformation. I just spread misinformation. Oh, I just spelled misinformation. Oh my God. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought each person was having 10 kids. No, they're worse off than we are. They're at 1.2 births per woman. Oh my God. Oh, dude, for real. I thought Qatar and UAE had 10 kids per woman. Holy shit. That's funny. Oh man. I messed that up. Okay, birth rate and fertility rate are not the same. Okay. I screwed that up. Okay, Qatar is 1.74. That's pretty close to the United States. I think the US birth rate or fertility rate is 1.66. But I think that Northern Europeans is like 1.55. Yeah, so we're at like 1.6. And then Caucasian American fertility rate US is 1.532. So yeah. Sorry. Once again, chat, I apologize. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And I'm sorry for passing the misinformation along. UAE and Qatari women do not have 10 children apiece. They have 1.2 children apiece.
Renew my visa to do it all above board, to be completely legal, as do millions of other people. And I'm not American, but I quite resent people just popping over the border illegally when they fancy it. Because I think, well, they're not paying, they're not going through this laborious process. Why are they getting away with this? So I do think that there is
Ranger Nation for 10. Do you think that forcing companies to either hire or invest locally where they are loath to at the percent level, to force them to hire locally and invest in employees instead of rotating contractors? Sure. But at some point, it's the market, bro. Like, ultimately, I am a capitalist. So, for instance, people engaged in involuntary trade, I don't know if I would want to regulate your inability to hire immigrants. I don't know if I would want to do that. What I would want is I would want all those immigrants to be vetted, and I would want them to make a negotiated consensual wage. And I would want I'm gonna tell you a really quick story, real quick, okay? So I heard about the story from a nurse in North Carolina. I think I don't remember where I heard the story, but I heard this story. And the story was that there are Christmas tree farms up in the Carolinas where they grow pines. And some contractors up there hire immigrant labor, illegal immigrant labor. Well, they don't give them PPE. They don't give them personal protective equipment. And so they are spraying Christmas trees with pesticides, and they're spraying Christmas trees with like preservative shit. And they don't have any kind of masks. And so what was happening was they had late 20-year-old and 30-year-old immigrant laborers coming into the emergency room effectively with COPD and emphysema. They had like permanent lung damage, and they had to go on like oxygen until they were able to breathe again. But they were late 20s, early 30s, and they had permanently scarred their lungs using these chemicals. But because they were illegal immigrants, they didn't have the ability to report it to law enforcement. They didn't have the ability to make any kind of complaints with any labor boards. They didn't even stick around to pay their emergency room bills. They had to stay in the emergency room until they were stabilized. And as soon as they were stabilized, they either had to go back to Mexico, or they had to go back to work. And so my point is that like that system is good for no one. It's not good for the immigrant labor. It's definitely not good for us to be supporting a system that injures and kills people through unsafe labor practices. It's not good to not be able to hold anybody accountable. So like, I still think we should be able to hire immigrant labor if it makes sense for certain industries. I don't think that we should be able to like kill them and pay them $2 an hour.
More that can be done. It's just a question of how much more and how you do it. The UK policies under successive governments have been utterly useless. You know, we've got 50, 60,000 people just coming over on these small boats from France with complete impunity.
35,000, I think, Piers, was the last count.
For this year?
Yeah.
What will it be by the end of the year?
Well, we're a month to go.
Right, but I think it's a new record. Right. This is from Sakir Starmer, the Prime Minister promised to smash the gangs.
I just think we need to be careful, though. This is exactly the point, isn't it? That we need to be careful when we're talking about figures. What we're actually talking about is human beings. We're talking about lives. We're talking about people who have lost their lives because they are seeking a better life, and because their opportunity.
We found out before.
Let's not conflate the two. Let's not conflate
but you are
between
conflating two
refugee and asylum seekers with those who are seeking to make a better life for themselves, and the opportunity for them to do that is.
Jeb Kush says 10 million people over the past 4 years is an insane number to pull out of your ass. Yeah, I agree. I do think that Biden had like a big swing, though, because I think all the people that normally would have come through our porous border, they wanted to capitalize on Biden, a Democrat, being in office who would arguably be softer on immigration. We probably still deported a shitload of people, but let's take a look. How many people crossed the border during the Biden administration? Because our asylum applicant process is fucking crazy. It doesn't seem that exaggerated. Since Biden took office in 2021, there have been more than 10.8 million nationwide encounters with migrants by U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. Now, that doesn't explain them coming here and going back, but that also doesn't represent all of the people. An additional estimated 2 million known getaways. Yeah, I don't know the numbers. I'm not even going to pretend to know.
Either limited or severely restricted.
What about those who are simply gaming the system? There was a purge, for example, specifically with people coming on into Britain illegally from Albania. Turned out 15,000 Albanians in 1 year were just coming over, who were young, perfectly fit, healthy people, male predominantly, who wanted to get a better economic life for themselves. They're not asylum
Oh yeah, for Europe, dude, trust me. I think that Central and Southern America or South American immigration is way more benign than Middle Eastern and North African immigration. Sorry, like I love Ali, and I know Ali loves his family and loves his Lebanese family and all that kind of stuff. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and check out the cousin marriage rate in Lebanon. But the point is that, like, yeah, I actually do think that Islam and jihadism is a more cultural threat than Central and South Americans. I just do. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't be integrated. That doesn't mean that they can't be a part of Europe. That doesn't mean that they can't, have a prosperous future. But yeah, I think there's a lot more problems with Middle Eastern and North African immigration than Central and South. Let's take a look at cousin marriage rate in Lebanon. It's only 35%. Good for them.
Asylum seekers. They're not refugees. They're people who live in Albania who just want to come and try their luck in the UK. I don't blame them for trying, but a system that just allows 15,000 to come in as we did in that way, and we had a word with the Albanian government, did a deal, and suddenly it was stopped. But it should never have been happening to start with. Every so often, there's a piece of cinematic entertainment.
Ali says my parents aren't cousins. Good. Good.
I'm grateful that you said that.
Let me be clear. Hang on. Let me be clear. I don't blame anyone for trying their luck, right? The world is full of people that do that. But
multi-millionaires.
But as Ronald...
No, Sen Patriarch says, why is Connor checking marriage rates? What I think is so funny is, so I was ready the other day for an Andrew, and by the way, we're debating Andrew Wilson tonight. I just got a DM saying that it's on for 9 p.m. tonight. So we're debating him about Christian nationalism. I'm going to need a nap. And I'm going to need caffeine. But Andrew Wilson went to a what's better for society, Islam or Christianity? And the only talking point he showed up with was cousin marriage rates in the Middle East and North Africa. Dude, I was ready for theology. I was ready for talks about like the nature of the God in Quran and the God in the New Testament. I was thinking about like, is Jesus the Messiah? I was thinking about like, what's a better moral prescription for how society should function, turn the other cheek or eye for an eye. I was actually thinking that we were going to get into like a deep, interesting theological debate. And the only thing we got for like probably an hour was cousin marriage statistics in the Middle East and North Africa. It was actually crazy. It was one of the, in my opinion, it's like funny. It was funny that Mr. Hakika Jew showed up for like a professional debate and had a decent, I would say it was decent presentation predicting that Andrew Wilson would have to flip-flop between either being weirdly progressive against Islam or weirdly conservative against the liberal America. I did think that was like a really funny line of argumentation. And I also thought it was funny that cousin marriage was the only point that was brought up throughout the remainder of the debate, but it was a terrible watch. It was actually terrible content. I hated it as content. Situation, hilarious. Consuming it as content, fucking terrible.
Billionaires,
but as Ronald Reagan so rightly put it, if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. Right? And that is obviously true. And the way that we in the UK have tried to manage our border has been ridiculous. I mean, there's a great irony today that new figures came out about legal immigration numbers, which are now falling quite precipitously in the UK from a net migration in 2023 of nearly 1 million people in a country of just under 70 million. So a vast number of people coming in with the government's endorsement who were coming in legally.
You're lucky, Ali. There's nobody's tracking cousin marriage in Dearborn. Otherwise, I'd make fun of you.
Mainly people we wanted to come in, bringing in all sorts of dependents. So nearly 1 million people in 1 year, obviously completely unsustainable on already creaking public services. And what's happened in the last year since the Labour government came into power? I think nearly 500,000 people have left the country, right? They've just said, we're out of here because this is no longer an attractive place to live.
Who has made...
So in a way,
Khazra said, in Iran, only the best had a chance to get to Europe, and the best of them maybe could get to USA and Europe. The dynamic changed recently in the past 10 years. Yeah, because of the destabilization of the Middle East and North Africa through the Arab Spring, the invasion of Iraq, the invasion of Afghanistan, the Syrian civil war. Yeah, I would say that disproportionately, a lot of people who like Muslims, like I like Muslims, right? I have Muslim friends. Ali is a Muslim friend, okay? We disproportionately have intelligent, professional, cool, thoughtful friends. And as a result, we're like, hey, Muslims are cool. But if I had to deal with some like 80 IQ dipshit who was like, you must let me have sex with you. There was this video out of Europe. It was like in Denmark or something like that. And the guy spoke English. Maybe it was in the UK. I forget. But he was like, hey, he was just talking to some random woman on the street. And he was like, hey, I haven't had sex in like 3 months and I need to have sex. I want you to have sex with me. And she was like, I don't know you. What the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, my balls are in such pain that we must have sex. Please, you don't want me to be in pain, right? Dude, if I had that experience and that was my first experience with a Muslim person, yeah, I'm going to be a little pissed off. I'm going to be a little hostile, right? Gonna be a little annoyed. It's like, go jerk off, dumbass. And then he's like, I can't jerk off. It's against my religion. Okay, well, you're not gonna rape me because you can't jerk off. Go jerk off, dumbass. Sorry, I know that's like an extreme example, but you know, so the mere fact that guy thought he could walk up to a random woman and say, I haven't had sex in 3 months and I'm gonna make this your problem. That guy's a fucking idiot. Okay.
The immigration
sorry, this is a family show. That guy is a fudging idiot.
Issue is being resolved by people literally fleeing Britain to avoid the calamitous state of the country right now.
Who has made those people feel so unwelcome?
Keep voting against this. They keep voting against this. They keep voting against mass migration, and they keep being ignored. And they've been voting against it, for 30, 40 years. And
because
they just
they've been
keep
sold
being
a lie.
ignored.
They've been sold a lie about mass immigration because you can go on our government website. You can go on our government website now, the .gov website now, and you will see the very long list of empty jobs that are desperately required to be filled. So we can talk about jobs from our construction industry,
Lady, they call it Londinistan.
to our care industry, to our medical industry, to vets.
What are you talking? What? They call it Londinistan. People are so angry there.
Who calls it that?
It's a boiling pot.
Who calls it that?
Hang on.
Who calls it that?
It's a boiling pot.
Who calls it that?
And the thing is, it's like it can be totally avoided. It can be totally avoided if you follow the actual will. Hang on. If you followed your actual will of your own people.
People who probably don't live in London, let's be real.
Who consistently vote against this stuff. And you guys use every back door in the world to ignore them anyway, even though your own people are like, we don't want it anymore. They've consistently voted against it. And the UK government consistently betrays them.
I don't know who calls it that name. And I don't know who you're referencing when you say your people.
You've never heard that, huh?
But what I do understand is that we have been
probably the White Lotus podcast featuring Sargon Avocado. Let's be real.
Consistently misled about the importance of immigration, about why we need people to come to this country and to your great nation to work. We see that in your farmers, for example, who are struggling to get their crops in, who are losing money over and over and over because they do not have the workforce to replace it with those that have lost. And when we talk about peers, the people who have
dude, between tariffs and yeah, I think this is going to be a horrible year for agriculture. And what was so funny was hearing Admiral Gibbs with Destiny being like, "Oh, I'm a rancher. I'm a beef guy, and Donald Trump's been great for me." And then that's because beef prices had soared due to demand and due to lack of supply. So he was celebrating that the consumer had to suffer increased prices. And then when Donald Trump said, "Oh, I'm going to alleviate consumer issues in reference to beef," Gibbs had the balls to complain on Twitter. I thought that was amazing. I thought that was an amazing moment in Twitch and YouTube politics, was to have a pro-Trump beef rancher cheering on that he was able to capitalize on fucking over the American economy and then to complain when Donald Trump acted in the best interest of the consumer. That was an incredible Twitch and YouTube political moment.
Have departed from this great nation. Why is it? Well, it's the same thing that we saw with Brexit, wasn't it? When we saw the great Polish worker.
Ali says if the cousin rate in Lebanon is 30%, then the rate in Dearborn is probably 10%. But in our defense, our cousins are super hot. Oh my God. I'm sorry, that's pretty funny.
Because in the Romanians, etc., leaving in droves because they were chased away by the blatant racism, the outrageous behavior that they were receiving.
Bell Runner says $5 clearing Patriarch's name. He hates H-1Bs. Okay, cool. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy.
That's the point. Like you just said a bunch of stuff that wasn't true. What actually happens is not that we need more illegal immigrants, especially here in the United States. What happens with these farmers is they get massive subsidies. The will of the people is that we don't want mass migration, and a country is made up of its people. Our people don't want mass migration. The people in the UK don't want mass migration, and my GDP argument is not going to help you with that. You understand?
Every country,
there's more important things than second-class slave laborers to fill your pockets.
Of mass migration.
What's the divorce rate between cousins? What's the divorce rate between married cousins? Oh, they don't have stats. Oh, that's funny. Oh my God, that's funny. Okay. Rob, that's an